Thank you. Forgot to do that once again. We also have, we're allowing for this really traditional business data. That unstructured data be transformed into dynamic and interactive content for our end users. Because Automate is hosted, we can quickly deploy these applications, quickly upgrade to scale to any content innovation cloud environment with a simple click of a button. We also don't even need to export an application from one environment to another. And we choose the appropriate environment from a simple drop-down menu during the deployment process, and that application's off and running. Simple no code, low code configuration. Reduces that time, reduces costs as well. We haven't gotten into AI chat prompts. Those are coming down the road. You may have seen a couple demonstrations either at Community Live or in our kickoff meetings earlier this year. But that looks like it's going to be very cool. The platform itself. So this screenshot, it kind of looks like a pyramid coming up towards us there on the right. But we'll starting really with the accounts, right? So each organization or a particular customer is going to have a specific account. And within those accounts, right, you could have knowledge discovery, automate accounts. And each one of those accounts might have a separate environment. Those environments are really how we isolate the data within the account. All right, so you could have a production environment, a development environment, a testing environment. So when we set up a subscription, which is really the next option up there, it's assigned to a specific environment to indicate where that subscription data should be stored. The subscriptions themselves, it should be my next screen, provide access to one or more applications or services. And so each subscription must be assigned to an environment to store data for the associated applications and or services. And then finally, the application itself. This is what our end users, right, use to complete those tasks related to their specific role. And so we look at one account from kind of this slide here. You can see it's broken down into two separate environments. Within each one of those environments, you might have different subscriptions and different applications for each one of those particular subscriptions. We are working in a shared environment using two different accounts, right? So from our perspective, we're using our Train A. So some of you are logged into those Train A accounts. Some of you are using the Train B accounts. Within each account, we have two different environments created, a dev environment, prod environment, production environment. The subscription itself is Automate. And then the applications we are going to configure, whether depends on what lab we're on, but we will deploy those applications to our fictitious end users, which we will be doing the dual role of not only the admin, but also the end users. So you'll see a couple of those options once you logged in to that user portal, right? We have studio modeling. That's where we're going to configure our processes. You may hear it called automate modeling as well. Inside Studio Admins, where actually going to deploy these applications. Once we deploy those applications inside of Studio Admin, we'll be able to launch the user workspace, right, which is our end user interface. We also have a repository that temporarily stores values, files we may need that we can use later on as well. And then inside the admin portal is really where, all these accounts are set up, the roles are set up, user groups are set up, any administrative piece you're going to be doing inside the admin portal. We will just talk about the admin portal over the next couple days. We won't get into any sort of configuration there. What questions can I answer before we move into seeing what Automate does?
Did you say each subscription by default gets the 3 environments, dev, test, prod, or just dev, prod?
Whatever you want.
Okay.
You can create multiple environments, however many your account may need.
Thank you.
I had a question regarding the repository. Sorry, excuse me. What's is so for the temporary storage, is that going to be like stored like within the APA or sorry, Hyland Automate cluster, or is that stored separately that Hyland Automate's accessing as needed?
Um, it's similar to a database.
Okay.
It really stores I think might just be the documents within the cloud, within the content innovation cloud.
Okay.
Eric, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it stores the documents and it'll organize them in kind of a hierarchy. But I don't think it stores, well,
Do we have a certain amount of time to move them out of temporary storage into, I guess, in the future, like CIC?
I'd have to look into what the time frame is to get them out of there. I don't know when that clears out. Let's see if I can find more information on that.
Just talking about content management, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, and I assume
Browsing.
as content management rolls out, will it be a kind of connector into Automate to do permanent storage? Do you know?
I do not know about the permanent storage for the repository. I don't think that's available right now. But we specifically use these connectors to get those into all the other applications and use those repositories to store at least documents and data. We're going to be using one of the on-base connectors to do that, storing all this information in on-base.
And there's also a Teams connector to put things into SharePoint OneDrive.
Yeah.
What you're just showing there on the documentation portal, is the Hyland workspace the go-to place for all these things automate, or is that a separate one?
Oh, I see right here in the workplace application.
Yeah, they call it Hyland workspace. I just didn't know if we were looking for something
Yeah.
called automate out there.
Yes, that is what we're talking about, that end user interface, right? You'll be able to see when you get in there, you can create different folders to store documents in there. And then the processes do allow you to delete from the repository. So as you know, if you are sending a document into OnBase or Alfresco using a process, there are components or elements to delete that stuff right from the Automate repository. So you don't have to keep it stored in there. But I think if you are stored using that Automate repository, I think it's going to stay in there for, I don't want to say until you delete it because I'm not sure if that's correct. I'm not sure if that's correct. We'll see if we can figure that out though. This in there. Okay. I got a quick note on that. Let's do a quick demo. I know some of you had done this before. And this is a simple process that we have configured really as a way to order a coffee. And we're kind of going, equating this coffee ordering process with how Automate works. Right, so you have all of our ingredients for your coffee shop gathered and assembled in the back. Right, that's similar to what we do in studio modeling, where we configure a project. That project contains any number of processes. Those processes contain forms and connectors that we talked about that we can put into our application. Studio admin is where we take all of that information and then distribute it to be used. And so that's where we come in with the studio admin piece. We deploy our applications. Just as like the coffee shop gets ready to send out their coffee orders. And then finally that default UI, that custom UI that we might configure for our user to interact with is how the customer gets their coffee to drink. As we build in studio modeling, we deploy in studio admin, and the customer interacts with those applications in that workspace. Where did there it is. So within your user portal, you should see coffee project there. All right, so this is a deployed application that we're going to go in. We're going to order a coffee and fill out a quick form. That coffee gets sent to our fictitious coffee shop. And depending on where we order this, it's going to be either the north location or the south location. Our coffee is called the Perkscape Coffee Shop, I believe. And we have our quick form, name, phone number, what you're ordering, what location you are going to be picking it up from, either the north or the south. All right, so that's what our process is doing. It's breaking out these orders into two different locations. And we're using our Slack connector in order for our coffee baristas to create that coffee. So if you're looking at my screen, here are some messages that are popping through from various orders for people that have already started to submit these. So we are running another Automate class on site at Hyland for one of our partners. These are the orders. They're already to this, they've already filled in their orders, and these are already popping in to our different locations, north and south. So go ahead and click on that coffee project application and go ahead and fill in an order. I'll show you how we do it. Once you click on coffee project, you will be presented your workspace. You'll see some of these folders here right off the bat. This is where we can store documents within the content management repository. In order to order that coffee, you can select My Tasks up in the upper left. All right, so these are tasks specific to us as that train, whatever your letter and number is. All right, so this coffee project application has been deployed to you as an end user. And in the upper right, you can click on Start Process. It's not working. Come on. Bear with me. Make sure it's taking me to the right place, which it is. Doesn't like process definitions. That's outstanding.
Bravo worked.
B is working, A is not, apparently. Anybody in A?
A's working for me.
A worked for me.
Okay.
Me too.
You-
Well, it just hates me then.
Brian, if you need to share my screen, I can do that.
That's okay. I'm going to display my orders that are coming through on my screen. So once that does open up, you filled out the form really quickly, you'll see these orders coming in here almost instantaneous into Slack. All right, so there's Brandon's order right there, Fidget's order right there, Thomas, Abby, see all these popping in here. Really, right when you hit that submit button on your order, it's almost instantaneously showing up here. That's how quickly these messages are coming into Slack using that process. I see Sarah's, I see Coffee Mick Coffee, there's Lauren's, Spencer's, Dan's, so all these are coming through. There's Joe's, there's Monica's, Peter's. Awesome. Our first lab is going to take us into something very similar. We're going to do a quick basic process that's going to throw some Slack messages to really what we're going to be calling a help desk. And so we'll get to see what the configuration for really the coffee project is, what it looks like from a configuration side. All right, but that coffee order is just a basic way to show you how we can automate these processes quickly, efficiently. Pretty cool stuff. Right, so our first lab we're going to get into We just placed an order. We have our fictitious company or organization, Frostbite Software Solutions, with our cool little logo there. And our business process starts here. It's very tough. We have a help test team, and they're broken out, right? Either into hardware related issues or software related issues. Depending on what problem you're having, you're going to fill out a form that gets sent to one of those different hardware teams. That help desk team is committed to using that Slack messaging service. So it's very similar to what we just saw with our coffee process. This is what it's going to look like after we configure it in Studio Modeling, what you're seeing on my screen. All right, we're looking at our BPMN elements, business process model and notation. You'll see the definition there. Global standard for modeling business processes, really giving us a visual of what that process looks like from start to finish. So it's going to capture various levels of detail with different pictures, how different parts of your organization might act together within the process. You can see a little bit more elaborate example there on the right side there. And this is one of the newer labs we just rolled out that I think we're going to get to this week. So that process you're looking on your screen. Yes, we'll have a guide to walk us through each step of the way. I'll be throwing that in the chat for you to grab out of there. All right, so let's talk about some basics of BPMN really quick. Each process has a start event. And you'll see these different events, right, as that circle icon. Right? Each process needs a start event. Each process needs an end event. Right? But then we can also route intermediate events, things that might want to happen along the way of the process using those intermediate events there. Within your intermediate events, you might have timers, conditional logic that might happen within these intermediate events, different escalations within the process as well. Between these different events, we're going to have sequence flows. Right? It's just showing you the route the data or the objects are going to go through in a process. Right? So that's a line from an event to maybe a task, from a task to another event. It may go to what we call activities. Right? There's 3 different types of activities you may see. Different tasks, email tasks, user tasks, system tasks, send and receive tasks. Right? Kind of all these nest underneath what we call activities. We can also have sub-processes, so a process within a process as well. You'll see these diamond-shaped BPMN objects as well. These are all gateways. So anytime you see a diamond, within BPMN, MN, you're going to know that that is a gateway. And then the icon within that diamond is going to tell you what type of gateway it is. Gateways allow us to route data and objects to that next appropriate step in the process. Take the information from one step, route it accordingly to the next step. We will be using an exclusive gateway right off the bat within our first process here. Exclusive gateway is notified by that X in the middle of the diamond. Only one route can be taken out of an exclusive gateway. And then we'll talk about some of the other gateway options as we get into configuration. Parallel gateways, right? You can take two different options, two different ways out of the gateway. But for now, we're going to start with that exclusive, and we'll talk about some of the others as we move forward. Similar to that coffee process, we are going to be using a form, right, to get the details of what the problem is. All right, so we'll fill in our name, our email, what issue we're having, either hardware or software, whether or not it might be an emergency. That will all be part of our start event. All right, that initial way to kick off our process. All right, so as our end user fills in that information on the help form, was what we're going to call it, that form, we need a way to grab that information and store it. That way we can use that information down the road of our process specifically. So we're going to configure what we're calling process variables to store that information in. And so we need a process variable to store the first name. We need a process variable to store the last name, the email, what the issue type is. When we get into defining our process variables and naming our process variables, best practice for at least the way we've been rolling this out is to prefix that with VAR. All right, so whatever value our end user puts into first name, we're going to store that value in VAR first name. Whatever the issue type is, we're going to store it in a process variable called VAR issue type, and so forth. That way we can use those values down the way, there we go, in our process. All right, we're going to output those values, from our form. All right, and what we're calling output mapping. It's just a way to grab the values as they're heading out of our start event. So they're going to hold on to those values for us. Our exclusive gateway is going to determine which route we're going to take, right? Can only go one or the other. In our case, we're going to have it look at the value that's stored in var issue type. Is it a hardware request or is it a software request? And the process will determine that and send it down the correct path. Then I'll get into our connectors. Again, we talked about integrating with these external systems. We're going to be using Slack for this specific example. And there's a little screenshot of what the panel is going to look like inside of Studio Modeling. I'll show you that when we get into Studio Modeling there. Each connector is going to have different options to configure for them, obviously. The way Slack is set up, there's a specific channel you need to put information on, what you're specifically going to be doing, what that action is. We're going to be sending a message in the Slack. All right, so these are different configuration options we'll have to pick when we're going in to configure the Slack connector itself. All right, so these are the different configuration parameters, what they're going to be called within Studio Modeling, that enable that to happen. There's also some options in those configuration parameters for errors, right, for specific events. That's when an exception gets thrown within inside of a process. How do we want it handled within that process? What do we want the message to read to our end user that might be troubleshooting within the process itself? And I'll show you where this lives as well as we get in there. Because we used output mapping on our form, right? We grabbed our values to store in our process variables. Once we get to our Slack message, we want to input those values. That's called input mapping. And we saw that when we did our coffee project. Right? If we look back here to this Slack message, all that initial information you used on your coffee form, right? We inputted that information here into our Slack message. This is the result of that input mapping. Right? It grabbed your first name, it grabbed your order, it grabbed your phone number, and it presented it here in Slack, in this case for our coffee people. We're just going to be doing it for help desk on this side when we get into configuring that. All right, once they have that message, we just have an end event, all right, to end our process. Again, we need that end event in order to kind of close the loop. All right, so we're going to be doing this help desk in phases. This is phase 1. Phase 2 will be adding stuff, different BPM and options after our Slack options here. But we'll get into that down the road. All right, let me see. Questions? Sarah, yes, we're going to be sending that out. Links and action items be sent out after class. Yes, I can send this entire PowerPoint to all of you. You can have all this. Okay. I'll make sure to get it to you. All right, from your user portal. We're going to head into Studio Modeling. I'm going to send this into the chat. Go ahead into Studio Modeling inside your user portal. So it'll take a second to pop in there. In the Zoom chat, I've sent in our phase 1 lab notes. So go ahead and download those. If you wouldn't mind, from the chat, or just open it up from the chat.
How did you get into studio modeling? Because
Yeah, right from your user portal page, you should see Hyland Experience Studio
getting back to
Modeling.
the user portal page is the problem.
Yeah.
I'm in the workspace, so I see,
Should have
Yeah, you
opened a
can
new
close. Yeah,
tab
it's
when
going to
you went.
open up. Yeah. Every time you click something, it's going to open up a new tab.
there it is. Got it.
So try to keep track of that. Try to only have one studio modeling open. Try to only have one workspace open, because it could affect performance down the road there. All right, so here in studio modeling, I have a whole bunch of different projects. You will not see what I'm seeing. So you may only see coffee project, maybe. I don't know what you'll see. Education services is using these environments, these accounts to create all these labs that we're going to be going through. And so that's why I see all these projects here on my screen. In that Excel spreadsheet I sent you, I'm going to display this on my screen here. Down at the bottom, you'll see 6 different tabs. All right, the first one is our application. So at the highest level, really, of what we're going to be configuring is our application. There's that screenshot I showed you from our PowerPoint with our start event, our gateway, our messages, Slack messages. That's what it's going to look like when we finish. The process tab is, again, it's going to show you that screenshot. It's also going to show you some more information that we're going to configure. All right, so in column C and column D, those are our process variables. We'll configure those when we get into our project. Column E, we'll go through our start event. Our start event's going to have our help form submission. That's in column G, if you see that word help form submission. When we get into configuring that form, we're going to go to the form tab down at the bottom. These are some of the options we're going to put onto our form. We're going to have a header. We're going to have a rich text display option, some different text fields on the form, radio buttons.
Are these tabs supposed to be in that Excel sheet you sent?
Yes, you might have to scroll left or right, way down at the bottom left.
I mean, I only, oh, wait a minute. There, okay, they're there.
Yeah, okay.
Got an arrow left.
Yeah, arrow left there. Okay. All right, so I'm going to keep referencing back to this Excel spreadsheet and tell you what we're going to be configuring, when we're going to be configuring it. But here on the form tab, there's a screenshot of what our form is going to look like when we're done configuring it. We'll get into some form properties as well. There are input mappings or output mappings depending on what we're configuring there. Connector tab is going to take us through the Slack connector. In this case, this is for our, we'll call it FSS Slack connector once we get there. And the connector properties page will have some different configuration options for us. All right, so I'll keep pointing back to what tab we're going to be on here. I'll try to share it on my screen so you don't have to keep bouncing back and forth if you don't have multiple monitors. It might make it easier for you. Back in studio modeling, we're going to use the create project button way in the upper right. See, it's blue with white text, create project. And once you choose that, it's going to pop open a window. What do you want to name your project? Because we're going to be having multiple processes within this project, I'm going to name this something that reflects at least me, which is my initials. I'll start with my initials, BL. I would do the same if you were you. And then I'll just do like a space dash space. And I'll do my machine, which is train A00. Whatever machine you are and number you are, go ahead and put that there. And you can do solutions or processes. Again, it's whatever you would like to name it. In this case, I want something that's going to stand out to me because once we go into deploy these projects, or sorry, release these projects with the correct terminology, they're all going to be listed here on this projects page. So I need to know which one I'm actually doing. So if I prefix it with BL, I can look down my list and look for BL and I'll be able to grab it. So project description is optional. Again, you can put what the specific project holds within it if you wanted to. I'm just going to leave that blank and click on create project. and it's going to bring me in to studio modeling where we can configure our processes. All right, so here on this screen, if you look in that panel on the left and the top of that panel, you can currently see processes is expanded. We don't have any processes as part of this project yet. We haven't configured any. All right, but they will start to show up there as we add new processes within this project. Again, we can have multiple processes within a project. You'll see your project name at the top middle of your screen. Here's my BL train solution, so I just named it. And if you hit that drop down arrow, you'll see some of the options you can do for this specific project. I can download it. I can save it. I can view log history for this project. I can view different releases of this project. I can upload a specific project release from someone else if they sent it to me. That last option says version 0. All right, I haven't released any versions of this project, and that's what that's telling me. As you release a project, that increments by 1. And so when we do get initially released this specific project, it's going to release as version 1. Next time, version 2, version 3, so forth. There are a couple ways we can create a new process, all right, within our project here. So if you hover over the word processes in that top panel on the left, you'll see those 3 vertical dots show up, that vertical ellipsis. And if you click that, you can see there's 2 options: create a new process, or I can upload an existing process that somebody might have and add it to this project. Yes, the kebab. I like that.
I can't
Just
take
above
credit
process
for
to
it.
the left, there's also a new icon. And when you click that new icon, that new with the plus sign, it's just going to show you really everything that's in that side panel. And you can configure something new right from there, including process. So either way you want to do it, go ahead and click that new process option. Just like we named our project, I'm going to give this a new name. This is going to be specific for our help desk. Right, so our Frostbite Software Solutions, FSS, is what I'm going to prefix that. And I'll just call it Help Desk Process. FSS Help Desk Process.
According to
Similar to
the,
project, go ahead.
sorry, according to the spreadsheet, it said we're supposed to put our number in there too. Do you need to do that?
I think that's for the
If
app
you switch
name,
to the
for the
process
project
tab,
name.
yeah, that's your project name.
Okay.
Switch to your process tab. We can probably update these because you'll see, right, we name it in the spreadsheet as all lowercase FSS help desk process. When Automate first came out, you couldn't use capital letters, you couldn't use spaces.
That was
That's
gonna be my
evolved.
question.
That's evolved,
Nice.
and now you can. So
Sweet.
that's some of those labs. We probably should update the names of some things, but the configuration options are all still the same. So the naming conventions we've updated a little bit.
Also important to note here that this may be a little bit different from systems you're used to, where you would build a project or life cycle or application for a very specific business process. You need to look at this a little bit differently. You build a project for an entire department full of multiple process or an entire business group for multiple process. So we're going to actually build in this same project throughout the next few days, but you're going to build a bunch of different departments into it, an HR solution, the help desk solution. So that's one thing you got to be careful about as you go into this, is you're not building a project, that very top level thing, for just a small little niche, 5-step process. No, you're building a project to cover a whole business area and then build multiple processes in that project.
Well, it's similar to project documentation. Same thing with process documentation. You want to give your background of what this process does in that space. We're going to leave it blank. But like Eric mentioned, we can separate these processes, how they show up in that panel on the left here, by calling it naming a category. All right, so a help desk process, I'm thinking something with IS or IT department within my organization. So I could put this process category as IT. And now when I create my process using that button, you'll see FSS help desk process in the upper left, nested underneath processes. We don't have any additional categories yet, so that's not showing up just yet, but you will see that eventually if we create an HR process or some sort of other departmental process. You'll notice it gives us a start event right off the bat. Right in the middle of our screen, there's our start event circle. Over on the far right, you'll see our properties panel. Right, this is the highest level it's showing me, right? This is my process level. There's the name of my process right there. I can rename it here if I want to. My documentation right there would show up here in this properties panel as well. There's my category as you scroll down on the right-hand side. Then there's some options below that, links that where we can create our process variables. We're going to go in there in a minute. Messages, editing errors, user tasks, and notifications. And this is all things that are shown at the process level. Eric put a screenshot of what those category processes would look like if they're categorized over on the left-hand side. If you want to take a quick peek there, that's in the Zoom chat. Thomas, is there a way to export the documentation mic so we could do an on-base studio? I believe it probably goes with the process. So we can export a process, and I'm assuming, I have not tested this, unless Eric, you have. I'm assuming the documentation goes along with it.
Go ahead and type something in there and then save.
We'll test it out.
You can
we'll
do
test
that
it out later.
JSON viewer from the little editor icon up there.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. It's just, I'm thinking of like creating documentation that you can hand off to somebody
Right.
without them having to come in here.
Yeah.
And then, the little eyeball icon, we can see the JSON behind this process, and it would likely have that there.
Yeah.
XML editor, sorry. It switches.
Yeah, it does switch. Yeah, I'll talk about some of these buttons up here in a second. So there's our start event right in the middle of my screen. I can select it with a single left click. When I do, you'll notice your properties panel on the right has changed. Now anything I configure in that panel on the right is for the start event itself because I have it selected. If I want to go back to my process level to configure there, all I need to do is click away from my start event back into that white space. And now I'm back at my process level. I can drag this start event around anywhere I want on my screen. Just click and hold. Right. If you kind of hover over, you'll see a blue line eventually appear. It kind of centers it here on my window. Most BPMN processes build left to right. Some people may do it top to down or another way, but We've typically done them left to right. That's how I'm going to be building my process today. To the left of that start event, you'll see all the BPMN elements there. And if you hover over each of those options, you'll see what it is. Right, there's my start event. There's my end event, like a bolded circle. Intermediate events, the double circle. All right, there are user tasks. There are service tasks. There's my gateway, a diamond-shaped element. These options you see in what I'll call really this top section or two, these are all normal BPMN elements you'll get globally, right? The bottom 6 you see here are Hyland only BPMN elements, specific to Automate. And again, if you hover over it, it's going to tell you what they are. There's a document task, there's business tasks, email tasks. That top left one looks like 2 plugs going into each other, connectors. If you click on your connectors option, expands up that new little panel there. These are all the connectors I talked about when I was showing in that PowerPoint. And again, if you hover over each icon, it'll tell you what it is. There's the Alfresco connector, Nuxio, Perceptive, OnBase, Teams. As you scroll up, you'll see all the different options, one of which is Slack. We'll get to that. But that's the connector part that we can add to this process. Let's jump in and create our process variables, and then we'll take a quick break because I know we've been going for over an hour. All right, so click away from your start event, back into this white space, single left click, brings us back to our process level. Scroll down on their panel on the right and click on Edit Process Variables. Pops open a new tab where we can create a process variable. If you click right in the middle there, it says click Create New Process Variable. And now I'm going to go right down my list there in my Excel spreadsheet on the Process tab. All right, so I'm going to start with VAR first name, var first name is what I'm going to name this first process variable. So just put your cursor there and type it in. VAR first name, no spaces. Just to the right, variable type. Right? What am I storing in this process variable? If you give it a single left click on that line, you'll see some options pop up underneath. Primitives, content types, mix-ins, schemas. We're not going to get into too deep into any of that except for our primitives. So if you hover over the primitives, you'll see what type of data we can store within our process variables. And these primitive types are typical ones you've probably seen, right? String values, date values, right? Are we storing integers? Are we doing true, false with Booleans? And so whatever you want to store in that process variable, you're going to choose here from this primitives dropdown. We're looking for string. Last option. So inside VA first name, I want string values. There are some other options just underneath there. You'll see, do you want a default value? You can even use an expression inside of your process variable. We are going to stick with just VAR first name, string variable type on the far lower right. Click in Save and Add New, as we are going to add some more process variables. And I'm going to go right down this list. So VAR last name. This is also a string. Click on your Save and Add New button. VAR description is next. Again, variable type of string. VAR email. var emergency is going to be our only Boolean type in this process variable. Is it an emergency or not? True or false? var severity. Variable type of string. And then lastly, var issue type. Also a string. Once you get those 7 created, you don't have to do save and add new. We're just going to do save. And it'll give you a kind of summary screen here.
Brian,
Where you can double check your spelling, make sure your variable types are correct, and you can edit those on the far right with that pencil. You can trash them with the trash can as well. There. So, somebody have a question?
sorry, Brian. Do you know if there's a cap on the string, like there's a character limit?
I'm assuming there is. I don't know it offhand though.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah. Try to track that down for you. Good question, Lauren. Is there a reason we are not making anything required? Because these are values we're going to store after we create our form, or as if our form completes, we're going to make these required on the form itself. But there are instances where you may want to make your process variables required. I assume that depends on obviously the process you're building. The reason why you would want it required. For our purposes today, we are going to make some of these fields required on the form itself to force our end users to put in a value. That way we can store in these process variables. All right, to get back to our process itself, right? You can click on FS's help desk process in the upper left there, or way on the bottom right, there's a little close button. It will also close your process variables window and bring us right back to our process here. All right, so we have our process variables configured, created. We can move on. We're going to jump out for a break. Before we do, I want to make sure everything is saved first. And you'll see some of these icons we were talking about before. So if you look just underneath the FSS help desk process, you'll see 4 icons there. Eric mentioned this little eye icon. We'll get into talking about some of the options in there when we come back. The little check mark to the left of that, this is our validation button, where we can validate our process before we save it. And then there's the little cloud icon to upload to the cloud. That will save the process itself. As it stands now, our process is invalid. We know that. We don't, number one, we don't have an end event. Remember, we always need a start and an end. So if I go to use this little check mark validation, it's going to throw an error for me. You'll see the log history pop up at the bottom. It's telling you what the error is right off the bat. All right, my start event, which is event 1. I need an outgoing flow, obviously. We don't have that. That's why it's getting thrown an error. I can close that log history, but I can still save my process. Now click the Save Process button, and we'll get prompted with a message. It's going to repeat that log history error to us. Right? You still don't have a flow, sequence flow, which is fine. I just want to confirm. I want to make sure I get everything saved. Once you click on that, you should get a little toast pop-up that says process saved at the bottom. And so now if anything goes haywire, we lose internet, browser goes down, something like that. At least we have our process saved. Well, let's jump out for a quick 10 minutes. I'll throw up a timer and we'll keep pressing on when we get back. Any questions you might have? Since we were talking about Girl Scout cookies before, let's see what your favorite type of cookie is. Could be Girl Scout, could be something different. Do you have a go-to cookie? I've always been a chocolate chip person, so it's hard for me to get away from chocolate chip cookies. That doesn't mean I'm not willing to try.
Milk chocolate, bittersweet chocolate, dark chocolate.
Hmm. Yeah, a lot of variations of chocolate chip cookies for sure. Whatever's in front of me, yep. I've been there. Yep, definitely do that. Mhm. White chocolate macadamia, that's pretty good. Florentine. Mhm. Cookie dough. Certainly Samoas. I do love a good Samoa. Those are good. Yeah, the classics, hard to get away from them. Kara, what are those called? A little dollop of jam on top. Are they like sugar type? Mhm. Yeah, sugar cookies. Snickerdoodles are good too. Saw you were off mute, Kara, but I didn't hear anything. So maybe it's me.
No, I
Yeah,
hear you, but that's the only person I've heard.
yeah, I cannot hear you, Kara. I'm not sure. Uh, Amish no-bake funerals. Mhm. Those look good. I don't think I've ever had one of those, something like that, but I can't recall. Maybe I'm sure I did somewhere along the line. All right, good thing we are talking about food before lunch. That not making me hungry at all. Oh, like a shortbread. Yeah, okay. All right, I didn't see questions in the chat so far. I'm assuming that means we're moving along pretty good. Let's get back into our FSS help desk process. So far, we have a start event, and we have some process variables that we have configured. Where's my spreadsheet? All right, so on my process tab here in my Excel spreadsheet, we've done our process variables there at the top. Next up is our start event. We are going to put on our help form submission. Our help form submission. All right, so as we keep adding BPMN elements here to our process, right, we see it visually on the screen, but it's also getting built behind the scenes on the back end. And Eric talked about that eye icon before, right? So if you click that eye icon next to your check mark validation, right, you'll see we are currently on the diagram editor, which is our visual representation of our process. But the XML editor, if you click on that, you'll see all of this information so far on our process. All right, so there on line 3, there's our name, FSS Help Desk Process. There's our start event on line 5. Remember, we got thrown off our error message. It said event 1. That's where it labeled this event 1 right there. And so as we keep adding things to our process, this is going to keep building in the background. The extensions editor will give you kind of the JSON behind the scenes. So here you can see all of our process variables. And there's our VA first name with our variable types. And if you scroll down the list, you can see them all listed there. So all of our process variables are listed there on our extensions editor. The Kabal icon, the vertical ellipsis right next to your eye icon. If you click that, right, we can save our process, download process, delete the process right from this window. I've never seen that one called Save Process Diagram as an SVG. Because automated is evolving. Right? They're adding new things constantly, all the time. Right? Just over the past 6 months that I've taught this, there's been many, many, many different additions. Right? So there are things that'll pop up here in modeling that I've never even seen before. So I'm not exactly sure when they put that part on, but that's the first time I'm seeing it here. All right, let's get our form created. And so just under processes in your panel on the left, there's your forms. Next option down. If you expand that drop down arrow, there's nothing there. It says empty. We haven't created any forms yet. But as we build our forms, this is where they're going to be found. You always see them under this forms drop down. Just like the process, the little kebab to the right, you can create a new form there. But if you create your form here, it's not going to get directly assigned to our process. We would have to go down in our panel on the right, and if you're at your process level, sorry, you'll see it on our start event. You select your start event. If you scroll down a bit on your start event, you can see the form name field there, currently empty. All right. I would have to choose that form from the drop down. If I want to associate my form with this process right off the bat, I can just use this little plus sign here on the right to create my form, and it'll automatically get assigned to this specific process. So that's where I'm just going to do it. Saves me a quick step. All 5 seconds. All right, let's create our form. I'm going to head to my form tab on my Excel spreadsheet. You'll see cell A2. What's our form name? Help desk request form. So you can either copy it, paste it out of Excel, or just type it in there. Help desk request form. Optional form description. Again, something meaningful you might want to type in there if you are doing this in some sort of production environment. But once you select create form, you'll get a toast pop up at the bottom. Form has been created. It doesn't display automatically for us. We're going to have to go select it from that forms drop down in the upper left part of our screen in that left-hand panel. And so now when I select the help desk request form, you'll see your options change. A new tab opens up just at the top there. And now I'm on my help desk request form. I can toggle back and forth between my process and my form itself right up here at the top. You'll notice that the process has that little blue dot next to it. All right. This is just a visual to whoever is configuring the process, you've added something new to your process and you haven't saved it yet. That's all that blue dot is telling me. Yep, save me, save me. Like that. That's all that's telling you. All we've done is create a form, and so it's not, I don't really have to go back and save just yet. Okay. But like most things when you're configuring, save early, save often. You never know what's going to happen. And so save when you would like to save. I'm going to be doing it quite a bit. All right, now I'm on my form editor. I have my help desk request form open over in your panel on the right, the top, form editor. There's the name of my form. I can give it another description there as well. The options that I can add to this form are listed just to the left of where that says drag and drop fields. And if you hover over each of those options, just like in your BPMN elements, it'll tell you what is nested within each of those. And if you hit that little drop down arrow, you'll see some options appear there. At the very bottom, you'll see this icon expand. It just looks like two carets are to the right, and it'll expand that information to give you the text associated with that particular icon. So again, that's up to you whether or not you want that displayed. You can expand and collapse that as well. As you will. Looking at my Excel spreadsheet, the first thing I'm going to add, what form field type in column B, I want a header. At the top of my form, header is that a UI? I always forget. Yes, it's under the UI option. You'll see it as the last option there. All I need to do is click and hold, drag it, and drop it right on the center where it says drag and drop fields here. Once I drop it on my form, my right side panel updates, and now I can make configuration changes for the header itself. And I can change what the label reads to my end user by changing this label. I think we're doing that. I'll post this into the Zoom chat so you don't have to type it out. And you can copy it out of the Zoom chat instead of Excel. Sorry, that's going to be I copied the wrong thing. Oh boy. FSS help desk support request is what I want my header to say, right? Where it says the word header on my label, I'm just going to paste in what I just pasted into the chat. FSS help desk support request. Right. When you add a field type to a form, the process is going to assign an ID to that field type. You'll see that listed as the ID underneath the label, right? Currently mine says this header 0EVQXJ. That's what it automatically gives me. I'm not going to try to remember all that. I just want it to say header. So I'm going to get rid of all those other characters after the word header. That's what I want my ID to be. You'll notice you won't be able to put spaces in for your IDs, and you can only use alphanumeric characters and underscores there. And so that's a very specific style. All right, so that's going to be at the top of my form. Right underneath that is why I want some verbiage there, right? I already pasted that first sentence that we want in there, but that's going to be a part of a new field type that we're going to add called display rich text. Under the display text dropdown, in those options to the left, you'll see that last option called display rich text. Again, just grab it, drop it underneath where that header was. Over on the right, I'm not going to change my label. It's going to say display rich text as my label here. I'll update my ID just to say display rich text. But the text I actually want inside of this field type, I need to enter into the rich text editor, which is the button at the very bottom of your panel on the right. So this will open up a separate window where I can add a little bit more detail to my rich text editor. So as you hover over these two options, you'll see there's a plus sign there. And I can change how the text looks. I can make it a heading. I can do list. I can even embed code in here inside my rich text editor. I'm going to put that first sentence that I've already put in Zoom. I'm going to re-add it to that Zoom chat in place of the word title right here. All right, so as I highlighted the word title, you can see you can change the font, make it bold, underline, change the color, make it stand out. Again, completely up to you if you want to make your form a little bit more dazzling. All I did was paste in that sentence. You need a bit more information so we can better serve you. And then where it says display some formatted text, I'm going to add that next sentence that you see in your spreadsheet, or you can take it out of the Zoom chat, which I just put in there. And I'll paste that in. And now when I click on save at the bottom of that rich text editor, brings me back to my form. You can see where your rich text editor is. Looks a little bit bigger than my header itself. I would probably adjust that size. I don't remember which one that is. Yeah, that looks better. Again, make it how you want it to look. Just like my process, my form needs to be saved. All right, so now you'll see that little blue dot appear next to your form at the top. Again, I can go validate my form. Form is valid. I can also save that. You'll see your little blue dot disappear there. All right, next up, our 3 text field types. All right, so we're going to need a field type for first name, last name, email. So that's under my text drop down at the very top. First option called text. Just kind of hover over your rich text display there. I'm just going to drop it right underneath outside of that blue outlined area. You'll see what it did is it took up the whole space of my rich text editor. And so what I've done is actually placed it within where my rich text editor is. So that's a pretty long first name. If I want those to be in 2 separate like sections within my form, I can just drag this text field, and where it says drag and drop fields here, now it's almost in its new section outside of where my rich text is. This section is separated into 2 different columns. Right, so I've selected my text field type here. If you select that blue outline around that text field type, you'll see I can set any number of columns here that I want to display. I think there is a limit. And so it's currently set to 2, which is fine for this. So when I do drag my next field, text field type, I can set it right next to that other one. And so now I can have first name and last name right next to each other on my form. And probably a little bit better visually for my end user.
Does this container type have a name? The thing that can have multiple columns?
It's called row editor.
Okay.
I
And
think
then
that
can you
would
add
be it.
another one of these to the form?
As you add to the drag and drop area, it's basically just going to start creating your new ones right there.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Thanks.
It'll kind of add them automatically for you. So. I'm going to want my email address field type in here as well. So again, I can go drag in new text one. I'll throw it right below my first, what's going to be my first name field. And so now I have 3 text field types here. And I'll go configure these before I get into my next field type for issue type. So let's configure this top left one. Again, I want my label to read first name. So over on the far right, just change that label to first name. My label can have spaces. So as you type it up there, you'll see it on your form change as well. This is where the renaming your IDs comes in handy, right? I have 3 text field types on there. That ID does nothing for me, right? If I do want to configure some sort of form logic down the road, which we can do, and you need to know which field type you're configuring for, sometimes they need the ID to look at. And so this is where I want to change this ID to first name. Here's where we can make these fields required. This goes back to Lauren's question earlier. We can make all of these fields required to force our end users to input information. For some reason, first name is not required, which is fine. Last name is, though. I don't know why we have it set up that way, but it is what it is. All right, so I moved to my next text field type to the right there. I've renamed it last name on label and my ID, and I have checked that checkbox for required. You'll see it'll add that little red asterisk there on the form itself. And then the last text field type will be email address on my label, email as my ID. And again, I'll check that required checkbox. Give my form a quick save. Just like my process, I can use that little eye icon, in this case, to view what the form is actually going to look like. So there's a preview option. And so I'm on my form, click the eye icon, go down to preview, and I can get a preview of what it's going to look like. In this specific case, on what a desktop or a laptop is. You'll see that icon highlighted at the top of your form. And if I click that icon, you can adjust the pixels that you're going to be viewing it as. To the left, what is it going to look like on a tablet? Well, which tablet are you looking at it on? Are you using a Surface Pro or are you using a Kindle Fire? Are you using a smartphone? Select your smartphone. Are you using Apple? iPhone? Or are you using some sort of Android device? That's what your form's going to look like on those, right? So you can have a preview and you can interact with it. I can start typing in values. Also a custom option you'll see on the far left there, how you want your form to be viewed. Also on that icon, the JSON editor. Again, show you how it's being built in the background. As you kind of scroll down, there's my header field. There's the number of columns in that header field. Here's my display rich text. Let me keep scrolling down. There's my first name, last name, email field types. This information here in the JSON editor becomes handy when we do start troubleshooting. Because you might get an error message that says, if there's an error in, let's see, for this ID. So if I'm looking on line 32, the error message will say, well, dry for RE17V. There's an error message within that particular field type. I can come in here to the JSON editor, look for that ID, and it'll kind of take me right to it. A good way to track when you're troubleshooting. All right, I'm going to use my eye icon, head back to my form editor.
If we make changes directly within the JSON editor, does that still save and translate once you go back to the form editor?
Correct. Yes. Yep. Yeah. Any changes you make here in the JSON, if you update one of those, it will translate back to the form itself. All right. To the right of my email address, I want a drop down for my issue type. Drop downs are within UI, I believe. Third option down. Second one when you select it. And I'm going to place this right underneath last name. A drop down field type, and this is for my issue type. So I want that on my label. Change my IG to issue type as well. Go ahead and make that required. You'll notice some of these field types, maybe all of them, they might have an advanced tab associated with them. Currently, we're on our general tab, right, where we put the label name, the ID, the required. Just to the right of general, you'll see advanced. And because this is a drop down, I want certain selections available to my end user. In this case, is this a hardware request or is this a software request? And so on your advanced tab, you scroll down a bit to see the options part. There's a little plus sign to the right of options, and that'll give me an ID field to fill in as well as a label field to fill in. And we're only going to have two options in here, hardware, software. All right, so where it says ID_1, this is my ID for this issue type. I'm going to do all lowercase hardware. But my label, I want to be uppercase H hardware. I'll click that plus sign again. My next option is for software. My ID, I'm going to do all lowercase software. But my label will read uppercase S software. And so for this drop down field type, when my end user clicks the drop down, they're only going to see one of those values presented, hardware or software. Again, you can add more as you see fit for your drop downs. All right, give my form a quick save. Move on to my next field type on my Excel spreadsheet is a multi-line text field type. Which lives, where are you? Always forgets. You're in your text options, way at the top. Multi-line text. I'm gonna drag it. I'm gonna put it all the way at the new section. So I'm gonna drop it on drag and drop fields here, way at the bottom. All right, so this section is already showing me, right? It's already a 2-column section. I can do it by the field type itself or by really kind of the section that it's in. All right, so if I select multi-line text and over on the right, change my column span to 2, it's going to make that field type larger for me. I could also change like the whole section as well. But every other field type that I add to that section is also going to take up the whole width of my form. And so depending on how you're presenting it, keep that in mind. I'm only going to have that one field type in here, so I'm just making the entire field type span the entire 2 columns. This is my detailed description, multi-line text field types. That's what I'm going to put. Detailed description is my label. My ID will just read description. I will make that required. You need to know what the issue is. Next up, we want a checkbox for our end users. All right, is this an emergency? So under UI, you'll see your top option called checkbox. I'm going to drop this as a kind of a new section underneath where my detailed description is. My label, I will add just that, emergency question mark. That's what my end user will see, emergency question mark. Change my ID as well. To the right of this checkbox, we're going to have some radio buttons that our end user can select if it is an emergency. All right, so we're going to create some logic on this next field type for radio buttons where it's only going to appear if that checkbox for emergency gets selected by our end users. So let's add our radio buttons field type first. Again, that's a UI element. Find a radio button, drop it to the right of emergency. This is going to be our severity level on our label. Severity as my ID. And then similar to what we did for our issue type, we need to go to Advanced tab to configure those options. So click on Advanced on your upper right there. I'm going to have these aligned vertically. You'll see that option. It's already set by default. You can have them left or right horizontally if you want. Let's see. What does our spreadsheet tell us to change this to? We're going to make all of these the same. So my ID is, first one is a showstopper. You know, those are always important. Capital S for both. Head on down to ID 2. It's a fine line. if you're trying to highlight down there. We're going to have 3 options for our end user. So you're going to have to add a new option for, we'll call it medium.
Why are you doing uppercase for the IDs, whereas before you were using lowercase?
This came back to something we just came across a couple of weeks ago. There was some sort of, I guess I could call it a bug, where it wasn't grabbing the value correctly when we were using radio buttons. And you had to make them both capital, I guess, in this case.
Okay.
I don't know if it's fixed yet, so
Okay.
we're going to find out.
And generally, you have a choice to use the label or the ID
Yeah.
later when you map to your variables. So part of this is more of a demonstration of that you can set it in either spot and we can access both values.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, once you get those 3 options in there, did I spell showstopper? Yes, I did. Okay. That last button, the very bottom. Remember, we only want this displayed if emergency is checked. So click on Edit Visibility Conditions. We'll get a new window pop open for us. We don't have anything in there. We click that plus sign. You'll see the new kind of information on that panel there on the right. Depending on a field, right? We're looking at a specific field on our form. Which one? If you hit that drop down, you should see emergency as the last option. Right? Look at that emergency field. If it's in the drop down, choose equal to. Under the provide a value drop down, select checked. If emergency is equal to true, it is checked, then display the severity level field type on our form. But there are a bunch of other options you can do there. You can look at the variable itself, form fields, add different conditions, multiple conditions. And we're just going to have this one. Emergency equals true, and then click on update to set that. It'll show you that there is one there. If you just look, there's a little number 1 in that blue dot under edit visibility conditions. And we can get a quick preview of it, right? We use that little eye icon, go to my preview. And once that preview opens, you shouldn't see severity level. Scroll down to the bottom until you select emergency. And then you should see those 3 radio buttons appear. So you toggle that on back and forth. Okay. All right, our help desk request form is complete. Any questions on creating our form here? Other than the ones we've already talked about. Okay. At the very top, you can close your form. Just click on that X right underneath your project name. If you want to get back to it, right, it lives over there under the forms drop down on the left. And we are back to our process level. And give that a quick save. Confirm that we still have options we need to configure here. We've done a lot of work. We don't have much to show for it. We still only have our little old start event there. We have done a lot so far. Let's next configure what we call the form properties on our Excel spreadsheet. We need a way to grab those values and store them into our process variables. All right, so that's our output mapping. All right, so we do that on the start event itself. So go ahead and click your start event. And we haven't given our start event a name yet. We call it help form submission. Easy enough to add. If you head over to your properties panel on the right, in the name field, just put in help form submission. And you'll see that appear underneath your start event. Right there. All right, if you scroll down a bit in your properties, under your form name, you should have a help desk request form. All right, if you created your form right from there. If you don't see it there, make sure you select it from the drop-down. It should be available there because we want this form associated with this process. If you scroll down a little bit more, you should see your input mapping and output mapping sections. If you do not see them, for some reason this doesn't show up for some users, you might have to go into the mapping type drop-down and choose map variables. And that should make the input mapping and output mapping sections appear there. All right, because we want to grab these values as output mappings, make sure you go down to the output mapping section. And you'll see all of the information on our form. Detailed description, there's our display rich text, email, emergency, first name. You'll also see 3 different options for issue type and severity level type. And if you think back to what we did with those field types on our form, you'll know why. Right? We gave them not only label names, but IDs. And we can grab either the ID value or the name value or both values, depending on what we want to push forward in our process and use somewhere down the line in our process. All right, so we're going to be very specific when we set this to map to our process variable. You can see it's a little bit hard to see your process variables in these drop downs here on the right when you click on them. Next to each one of those drop down arrows is a little pencil icon. Just click any one of those pencil icons and it's going to open up an edit variable mapping window for us that we can better see what we're going to be mapping here.
Is there
All
a
right,
way
so
to
the
make
top,
that properties pane on the right wider at all? Or no?
not right now, there isn't. No. Hopefully that's down the road. All right, so here's where we're going to map our process variables to the specific output parameter value on our form. The top one in my list, I don't know if yours is going in alphabetical. It didn't used to be all alphabetical. They may have added that. Is description. All right, so detailed description I have selected in my list. You'll see your process variable VAR description on the right. And if I just select it, there it is. It maps it right there. All right, so whatever's going to be stored in that detailed description is going to be stored in my process variable VAR description. And I'm going to go right down to my list, my display rich text. We're not storing anything in there. Email address, map that to VAR email.
Sorry, Brian, how do you get the search bar to come up?
This window here,
I have the window up, but I don't have a search.
there's no search label right here for you?
Yeah.
Interesting. Are you on property mapping
Um,
instead of process variable? Under process
I'm on
variable.
the start event property
Okay.
panel and I'm under input mapping, click little pencil.
No, we want
And-
output mapping. Output mapping.
Thank you. That's it.
Mhm. Yeah, we want to grab this, think of it as we want to grab this values after heading out of our start event. So we want to use output mapping. So I went description to description, email to email, emergency to emergency. You'll notice that's the only one available because that's a Boolean. I'm going to do first name to VAR first name. Last name to VAR last name. I'm going to do all those first. And now we get down to issue type. Let's do issue type next. All right, what do I want to carry forward here? All right, we're going to use the value that's stored in the ID field. All right, so for issue type, we're talking about either all lowercase hardware or all lowercase software is going to be stored. And because we're specifically looking at the ID, we have to choose that option here in our output parameter column. Issue type space dash space ID, and I'm mapping that to VAR issue type. All right, that's the only value I want to carry forward. Okay, Carol, we'll take a peek at that. All right, if I wanted to carry forward what was stored in the name, right, as my label, or that field that I did there, and whatever is typed in as the name, that's what I would choose here. If I wanted to carry both values forward, the ID and the name, I would choose the one that doesn't have either ID name or name associated with it. Right, if you hover over the question mark there, it'll show you. All right, the JSON's going to have both the ID and name attributes and carry both of those forward, both stored in your process variable. So make sure you have it mapped to issue type space dash space ID to var issue type. Same thing for severity level. You might have to hover over the question mark to see which one you're on here. Looks like it's the middle one for me, severity level space dash space ID. I want to map that to VAR severity. And when I click on update in the lower right, all that information is going to get filled in there next to your process or next to your parameter. And I can click on the pencil icon to bring me right back into that same screen here. All right, I'm going to give my process a quick save and let's take a peek at what's going on with Kara. If you wouldn't mind sharing your screen. Let's see what's happening. Okay, so Innover amount just issue type and for severity level, districting yours isn't showing up in alphabetical order. Wonder why. Would you hover over that question mark next to severity level? Okay, so that's for ID. Do you have another severity level for name as well? Should. Okay, there. Okay. So I see issue type at the top. So that's for ID and name. Scroll down a bit. I'm sorry, scroll up a bit. That's interesting.
Is it set as select multiple by any chance on the form?
Yeah, let's take a peek at your form. Head back to your request form, issue type,
Advanced.
and go to advanced.
Yep.
Yep,
There it is.
multiple. That's what it is.
Save that change.
Yep, just give a quick save on your form. And it should do it. So click your start event. Yep. And back to output. And see, there they are. Good to go. Easy enough. Okay, on our spreadsheet, bear with me for 1 second. I want to take a look at something. Okay. I know Keith had changed for emergency. He has it use the ID. I know something was changed, but I can't remember why. We still have that there. We'll find that out soon enough. Yes, so this is going to be similar to our issue type, Monica, and I'll show you where I'm at. Hold on a second. Let's see. So I have severity level, I have severity level ID, and I have severity level name. So if I go back to I'm going to open up my request form, go to my severity level, and I'm going to make this bigger. This first column is, this is my ID, and my second column is the name, this one right here.
You mean label? Or no, it actually is the name.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when you go to output mapping, it says name. So that's what I want to use. All right, so this column here is, oh, I just lost it. ID, right? And we are setting our process variable severity to grab this value, depending on what my end user picks from over here on the form. So if they pick showstopper here on the form, when they submit it, the process is going to store this value in the ID because we have it set as severity space dash space ID as our output mapping. If we had chosen severity level space dash space name, the process would store whatever's shown right here. If our end user had selected that, obviously. If we had chosen severity level and mapped that to VAR severity, the process would then store both of these values in that process variable. In our case, we're just telling it to store this specific value right here as the ID, depending upon obviously which radio button they pick here. Right? If my end user picks this, the process is going to store that because we've set it to ID. Okay. Does that make more sense? We're using the ID. Okay. Yeah, severity level space dash space ID. One can't change security level options, severity level options. Let's take a peek at your screen if you wouldn't mind, Juan. See what that looks like. Ah, I gotcha. Yeah, go to your advanced tab and yep, right there. Right where it says ID underscore one. Yep, change that to showstopper high, medium. We're using 3. If you want to use 2, that's fine. You can add a showstopper there. Yeah, you're gonna have to resave after you type those in. So yeah, go to manual there. And when you click save, it's not working. Okay. Just refresh your browser real quick. Something went haywire there. And try clicking your form on the left if you need to. And now go down, see if it allows you to do it now. I don't know why it's not allowing you to save. That's interesting. Yeah, um try saving your form right now. And do me a favor, go to your eye icon right there. That little eye icon right underneath your, yeah, right next to Val. Yep. And go to JSON editor. And I want to make sure. Sometimes we've seen this happen. See if you see a severity level in there. Yeah, see right there. ID label 1. Okay, so it hasn't set yet. But you removed it from your form, but it's still showing here in the JSON. So it might be something. I don't know if I want to remove this yet from the JSON. Maybe we should add a new severity level and then come back and remove this old one first. Yeah, so let's go there. Form editor. Add a new. I don't see. There it is. It wasn't there before. Okay. Let's see if you can change them now and if it lets you save. So it wasn't stuck. Yeah, now save. Hmm.
Without seeing the save messages, he lost his session.
Yeah, he might have.
Yeah, I've ran into that several times already where it's timed out and I had to
Yeah.
refresh the page. So
Yeah, go ahead and refresh your page. You might have to, let's log out, log back in. It's loading. Okay. So it's saved up to this point, which is fine. Go up to the far upper right up there. And let's log out of your session maybe. Well, yeah, go ahead and add it. Let's see if it adds it and lets you save it first. Yeah, it's not saved. Okay, let's try logging out and logging back in. Yep, right there. And sign out. And then just in your URL bar at the top, click, yeah, just type in experience.hyland.com. And yep, Hyland Experience, capital H, capital E, exclamation. And studio modeling, yep. There's your project. Click on your form. And let's see what happens this time. Okay. And you save. Does it give you your warning? It's not setting up.
I can change the view. Is the working preview or JSON editor?
Yeah. Something's a little bit weird. I don't know why it's not letting that set.
Okay, I try step by step.
Yeah.
First, add radio buttons, save.
It saved it that time. Yeah. But now when you start typing this, let's see what happens. Severity level. Before you go into your advanced, can you save it now?
Yep, save.
Okay. Now let's try the advanced. Let's change your options. And can you save now?
It's not working, saved.
Now that's something I haven't seen. I don't know why it would save when you all of a
Okay.
sudden just go to your advanced tab. Okay.
I drop it in a different section. The drag and drop fields down there below it.
Yeah, okay. Try moving severity down a section. See what
Okay.
happens. Take it out of there. Just try adding it to a new, all the way down to drag and drop fields here, all the way at the bottom. I think this is a drop down, but that'll work fine too.
But
Still in the wrong place, I think.
Yeah, when he's saving, it should be throwing
Was
a
it, well,
message
you
up.
dropped it back in the same section. It needs to drag one to the drag and drop at the bottom. Not on that one. It should be in an entirely different line.
Yeah, click that severity level and drag it to where it says drag and drop fields here, right underneath there. Keep going. Yep, right there. Nope, didn't go. It's not letting you do that.
oh, nope.
You can't even get it on there.
Save. Again, step by step. I delete options. Okay. Okay. Add. Oops. Sorry. Add.
Can you drag a radio button all the way to the bottom? Yeah, not a drop down. Do a radio button.
Save. We save it. Okay. Security. Save. 011. Save. Okay. Add options. Is not working safe again.
It looks to me like your emergency and your security level are both in with your multi-line detailed description. Because like on mine, we had to drag it down, drag and drop to a different field so they wouldn't be all together. Yours are all together. Detailed description, emergency and security level are all linked in with the email address and issue type. And I think that's causing your problem.
Drag that emergency field type. Drag it down. No, don't. Yep, keep going. Keep going. All the way out, like the very bottom. Yep, right there.
Okay. Reload again. Okay.
Yep. Okay, so now drag security up. Yep, right there. Okay. Now let's see what happens. And see if it'll save.
Great.
Okay, so that is saved. Head back to your process now. And on your start event, output mappings. Use your pencil sign. Yep. Is that the ID you have there?
Yep. Security
Just double
level name, security
name.
level ID.
There you go. Okay. All right. Yep. Good. Good call, Brandon.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Fine line on that, on those forms. It's hard to see where you're dropping those. And yeah, you have yours as drop downs, Juan, which is fine. We're using radio buttons, but you have drop downs. It doesn't matter. All right, so if you head back to your process, give that a quick save. Looking back to our Excel spreadsheet, I'm back on my process tab. We are done with our start event, finally. That's our line 10 there on this Excel spreadsheet. Our exclusive gateway is next. And there's a couple ways we can add new BPMN elements to our process. One of which is, right, I can drag this gateway icon. I can drag it onto my process and drop it there. And then use a sequence flow from my start event to get there. The easiest way, though, is if I have my start event selected, right, you'll see those other icons appear just to the right of it. One of which is my gateway icon. That top right one, the diamond. I can just select it and it's automatically going to append it. Right? It's going to create that sequence flow for me already. So that's the easier way to do it. So we have to do a sequence flow separately. Okay. All right, so I've added my gateway. What type of gateway do we want? We talked about this earlier. We only want our process to have one path out of our gateway, our exclusive gateway. That's under the wrench icon. It's the third one down on that first column. It says change element when you hover over it. And when I select it, there's the gateways we currently have as part of Automate. That exclusive gateway, which is the only one way out, a parallel gateway, which is, in this case, it would be both ways out of our gateway. We have inclusive gateways. We have complex gateways. We're talking about multiple ways out of our gateways. And then an event based gateway. And I'll show you in our documentation what each one means, which is, all right. Where did you go? All I'm doing is searching CIC for gateways. There it is. Listen to the chat. I think this will take you there. Exclusive gateways, inclusive parallel, or what they have in the documentation. I'm not sure why they don't have complex or event based in there right now. It'll give you a little description on each one of those. Exclusive, inclusive, parallel. For our purposes, we want the top one, exclusive gateway. Go ahead and choose that one, and you'll see that represented by the X inside of our gateway icon. I don't believe we're renaming this gateway or anything, are we? No. All we've done is make an exclusive gateway. For our cases, it's looking at our issue type. And so I could name this gateway over here in my properties, right? Issue type, something like that. Question mark, which issue type it is. If you want that visually on your process, it's up to you. All right, now that we have our exclusive gateway, next up is our Slack connectors. Right, so we're going to have two different routes out of our gateway. They're both going to be configured exactly the same, but our process is going to route based on the issue type, hardware or software. Right, so we're going to have to do a little configuration to make all of this happen. The first of which is creating our Slack connector. All right, so first up, if you click on your connectors icon in your BPMN elements, go all the way to the top, find that multicolored little icon, hover over it, it says create Slack connector, third from the top. If you give it a single click, it's going to open up this new window. And it's going to ask you, well, what instance do you have that you want to use for this Slack connector? We don't have one. We haven't configured one yet. All right, so we need to create a new one. And we're going to give it a name. And this is just going to be named our FSS Slack connector. Once I click on apply, you'll see it's already giving me a BPMN Slack icon to place on my process here. Which is fine. I'll place it kind of where my screenshot is, just above, and I'll give it a single click. It sets it onto my process. I can give this a name right now. I can't remember what our top one is. The top one, hardware or software. I'm gonna look back to my screenshot.
Software.
This is software on the top. Okay. So I copied that out of Excel and into my properties. Slack, notify software team. All right, it exists. But you'll notice in your properties down on the bottom, there's an action button. And it's showing in red. What's the action we're going to use? We're sending a message. I choose that send message option. Once I choose send message, you'll see your input and output mapping show up. This is where we're going to use our process variables to put in the information that's stored in them onto our Slack message inside the Slack messaging app. We're going to come back to this in a second. Right, but for now, let's just leave it.
Hey, Brian, is there another way to get that connector square rectangle to appear? Like my process got created, but I don't have that.
This one right here?
Yeah.
That's fine. I can delete mine and I'll show you what we'll do. Okay. Those of you that have it there, you can leave it there already. That's fine. And I'll do this kind of another way for Sarah too. All right, remember, we created our connector instance that we're going to use, but we haven't configured it yet. Right? We haven't configured those what we call signing secret values and bot token values yet. All right, to point to the exact location we want to send these messages in Slack. And so that lives under here, under connectors in your panel on the left, right? We have our processes, we have our forms. There's a space for connectors. And if you expand your connectors panel or drop down, there's our FSS Slack connector instance we created. Now, if I select it, here's where I'm going to go configure those signing secrets, those bot tokens. All right, so there's the name. We've already given it a name at the top, and as you kind of scroll down here, you can see different events, different actions, different input parameters under my send messages. We're taking care of that information inside of where we just were as far as input mappings go. Here's where we configure these parameters to actually get to that specific channel inside of Slack. Right, so here are the two parameters, the signing secret, the bot token. We're going to make these unsecured, or we're going to deselect secured for both of those for our purposes, our training purposes. These don't need to be secured connections. On your connector tab in your Excel spreadsheet, in cell C2, there's our signing secret value. When you're going to copy this out of Excel, I'll put this in the Zoom chat as well. Do not copy it from the cell itself. Do not select the cell and then select that copy button up here. You want to take it from here because Excel will throw spaces or different weird characters maybe in there. All right, so from that solution bar up there is where I'm going to copy this value from. So I'm going to select it from up here, select copy. You guys can copy it out of the Zoom chat if you want. Might make it easier. But I'm going to take that value for signing secret. I'm going to paste it onto the signing secret config parameter inside my connector instance here. So I pasted that value right there. Take note that if you have spaces in there, it's going to throw it off. All right, so make sure there are no spaces before the number 4 or after the number 1. It shouldn't have added any, but just quick double check doesn't always hurt. And then I'm going to do the same thing for that Slack bot token value you'll see in your spreadsheet. Once again, I'll paste this in the chat for you. I'm going to paste that. My bot token. Just like everything else so far, I need to save this connector. So make sure you click on your save button. And now when I go back to my process, this will be for really Sarah or anybody else who doesn't have a connector already on their process. Now I could just go back to this connector button, go back to the Slack option. This time when I go to select an instance, we should have our Slack connector instance available. And when I select it, select apply, now it's going to attach itself again to my mouse. And again, I can drop this where I want. I can once again rename it. This one is for software. Then a quick save. Once I have this selected on my process, again, the action, we're going to be sending a message to Slack. So send message is my action type. And what values do I want to put into my Slack message for the software team? On your Excel spreadsheet, if you head to that last tab called Connector Properties, we're going to input these values here that are in column B onto input mappings for each one of these different, these two, what are going to be two connector instances, really. The top one is for software, and the bottom one will be for the hardware team. So let's do this top software one first. Again, we're going to have this channel ID value you'll see here. Again, I'm going to select it from the top, copy it. Let me throw that into Zoom for you. That channel ID value is going to go in the input mapping. I'm going to open up a new edit variable mapping window using that pencil. And there it is. The top option called channel ID is highlighted for me. I'm not using a process variable here. I'm using a specific value. So you'll see your value tab in the top right. And all I do is paste in that channel ID value right there. If you click on update, it's going to close this window. You just need your pencil to come back in. But I also want that text option parameter. So there's a text parameter about halfway down. Here in my spreadsheet, I'm going to click on the cell, but I'm going to copy it from up top. I'll paste this into the chat for everybody. This time inside my variable mapping window, I want to choose the expression tab. Put my cursor on that line and click Control V. because this expression that we have is leveraging all of those process variables that have that information. You can see that syntax, $, open curly brackets, your process variable name, close curly brackets. So when the message comes into Slack, it's going to say a help desk request from, fill in the first name, fill in the last name, need your attention. And then it'll have email address. Whatever we have stored, it's going to get filled in here on this message. Now I can click update. And I'm going to do the exact same thing for the hardware team down here. There is no copy paste option. You can't rewire the connector, right? I have to do a new instance of it. So go back to your connector icon, get a new Slack instance, choose your FSS Slack connector, and you select apply, place it onto your process just below your other one, the bottom. This one is for my hardware team, which I will rename there. Same action, send message. And then on my input mappings, I need a different channel ID. Right? The software and hardware channels inside of Slack are different. Right, so there's a different channel ID for the hardware team. Probably should put that. Right, so for this parameter, I'm going to map to that value. My Slack connectors are ready to roll. Pause here for in case people are catching up. Remember, we need to create the connector instance first. And then add that BPMN element for that connector, selecting that specific instance of it. And then whatever configuration you need for your mappings, as far as whether you're creating a channel inside of Slack, you're sending messages, what we're doing. I didn't do my message, but it should be the same. Text. Redo that. The message is the same for text inside of hardware. Same expression. Make sure you update that. Now we are due for our big lunch break here. We have 2 small items to go, and then we will jump out for our long extended break here. All right, we need our sequence flows from our gateway to our Slack connectors, right? If you select your gateway, down at the bottom of that first column of those options on the right there, you'll see connect to other element when you hover over that arrow. And all I have to do is give it a single click. And now you can drag your mouse around and wherever you want it to go, that's the element you're going to drop it on. So you hover over, in this case, that Slack Notify software team. I can do another one down at the bottom for the hardware team. And now I have my sequence flows out of my gateway to those. But we do need another configuration piece on the sequence flow itself. Right, we need to tell the process what's stored in your issue type process variable. Is it software or hardware? So select that line, the sequence flow itself, the top line. We'll go with software first. You can see your properties as updated. And on this one, I can rename this one software. So I'll call it software. And over here, back on my process, right here, you'll see there's a little software word that I can grab and drop it wherever I want. I'll just put it right above my software sequence flow line there. Select that sequence flow once again. All right, so I'm right back to where I was when I named this. Down at the bottom, you'll see a condition with the plus sign. I need to add a condition here for that process variable issue type. So when I select the plus sign, add new condition. What am I looking at? I'm looking at what's stored in VAR issue type. So if I select that variable on the left, equal to, that's already set for me, that middle column equals is already highlighted in blue. I need to enter a value. So click on your value tab. And this brings us back to where we mapped that output for issue type space dash space ID. Because we use the ID field, all lowercase software, that has to be the value here. If var issue type equals lowercase software, when I click on save, take this route out of the gateway. The other way is my hardware route. Select that sequence flow on the bottom. Again, give it a quick rename, call it hardware. We'll move that little word around, place it where you want. Go back to my sequence flow, select it, and now I can add that same condition for issue type, VAR issue type, equals, this time my value is all lowercase hardware. Because I used issue type space dash space ID. That's what's saved in that process variable. Go ahead and save that condition. Give my process a quick save. Last item we need is our end event. I can select my Slack connector, append an end event right there. I can do the same for my hardware. I have an end event off of both, which is fine. Or I can do one end event. If I just want to use one end event, all I need to do is make sure I use a sequence flow to connect to that end event. Now when I go to validate my process is valid, process is saved. Make sure you save your process. That brings us to the end of configuration for FSS Help Desk Phase 1. We will test this out when we come back from our lunch or dinner or wherever you're joining us from.
We're going to go ahead and get them to deploy it now, though, just to make sure those are running by the
That's
time we
true.
get back. So this takes some time.
Yeah, we're going to deploy them because that does take time. And then we'll test them after they're deployed when we come back. That's all right, so your process is saved. In the upper right part of your screen, you'll see another validate button. Right next to release, all the way to the top right. This validates your entire project, which could have multiple processes, right? Or multiple forms or multiple connectors. That's project level validation. So you shouldn't get any errors there. If you do, let us know. And Kara does, okay? That's all right. Just hold on a second, Kara. We'll take care of you after we get everybody else rolling. Let's get these deployed and head out, and I'll take a peek at yours. In the meantime, you can just watch, and you should still be able to deploy. We'll see. You can still try to follow along here, Kara. We're going to release this project. So right next to that validate upper right, click on release. Should get your project name to appear there. And I'm going to release a new version. All I'm going to do is click on confirm. You should get a toast that says project version 1 has been released. Go ahead and close studio modeling. I don't know when my session expired, but apparently it did. I need to log back in. Okay, we'll take a look at it, Kara. Back in your Experience user portal, we are going into Studio Admin, Hyland Experience Studio Admin. Once in Studio Admin, in the upper left, select your drop down next to DevOps and select Project Releases. Project Releases. And you should see your project name there, as well as maybe others, depending on how your roles are set up. Go ahead and find yours in the list. If you see a whole bunch, you should be prefixed with your initials, I think, somewhere in there. I'll find mine. Here's BL down here. Over on the far right, you'll see another vertical ellipsis slash kebab icon. And when you choose that, you'll see the option to deploy. Go ahead and select deploy. Application name, you can change this here if you want. All right, mine's still prefixed with BL. That's fine. I can find it there in my list if I look for BL. You can update there if you want. You do need to choose which environment you're going to deploy to. We have our dev and prod environments. And you can see how easy it is to deploy a specific application to a specific environment. All I need to do is pick it here. We're going to use dev. Go ahead and choose next. There's a validation option. It should be set already, but you can revalidate. Go ahead and choose next. What admin level do you want to have access to your application? If you put your cursor in the admin users line and start typing in train plus your letter, you should see your specific machine name. Go ahead and choose it. So I'm picking train A00. You choose yours. Choose next. Do the same thing with manager users, train A or B and your number. Choose next, and we'll do the same thing with the users. I mean, we're operating as admins and managers and users. Once you have those, choose next, and there's a connector option. Right. We've already validated our connectors good. We've validated our processes good. You can make changes here if you need to. We do not want to touch that. All right, so we're just validating that it's using our Slack connector. Click on deploy on the lower right. You'll get a little toast pop-up message. Your application is being deployed. And we can see that in the upper left under application instances. You should see it spinning next to your application name. Okay. This could take anywhere from, we have many applications we're deploying at once through both A and B. This could take 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 8 minutes. We're not sure because we're doing so many at once. It could take quite a bit of time. Okay, so we're going to break out here for lunch. When we come back, we will get in and we will test out FSS. Kara, I'm going to take a peek at yours before we head out. Yeah, there's an explanation that's a little bit beyond me that somebody put in the chat that we were monitoring. As Keith is doing, I told you that on-site class for one of our partners, and they were having problems deploying their accounts. They have D&E, so, but it seems to have resolved. So we should be good to go. Questions before we get in to testing. Anything that popped into your mind over the lunch break? That's a little bit fuzzy, a little bit unsure of. Throw them in the chat, tackle those. All right, here on our application instances page, which we are, if you see in that workspace column, there's a highlighted link for us to jump into our workspace. Go ahead and find your application name, head over to that workspace column, click on workspace. That will bring you into, of course, I got to log in again. Maybe you do too. Apparently I can't type after lunch. You should see that same workspace we saw when we went to fill in our coffee project. And if you head on up to My Tasks in the upper left, once you're in your workspace, head on up to Start Process. You should see FSS Help Desk Process as one of your options. And when you select that, you should see your form. I need to get into my FSS Help Desk Slack channel here.
Sorry,
Second, bear
can you
with me.
can you repeat some of that instruction of where to find it? Because
Sure.
people log in.
Yep. Give me 1 second here.
I went into the workspace. I know it said it had deployed it.
My Tasks, upper left. My
My
Tasks.
No, it doesn't find it.
No. Let me make sure this opens.
Deployed.
Okay, so I'm back out here. So clicking on Workspace should open a new tab. And you should see My Tasks on the upper left.
Yeah.
Nothing?
No, but it does say it's deployed.
All right, let's take a peek at yours. Everybody else go ahead and fill out your form and submit. And let's take a look. Let's see what Pete
Yeah.
is
Or
doing.
start process, but that's it. Yeah.
See if you can you share your screen on your end? You should be able to. I can hear those messages coming in and Slack in my, gives me a little
Okay.
thing in my ear. Yeah, okay. So I see start process upper right.
Yeah. Oh, here, I'll go back to my task.
Yep. And when you click on that, there you go.
Oh,
FSS
okay.
help desk.
All right.
Yep.
So I was expecting it here. You're saying it wouldn't
I
be.
got you. I got you. Yeah, you got to click on it right from this window here. Yep.
Okay. All right. Cool.
And you're good to go. Awesome.
I think I'm actually getting the same issue. I'll go ahead and share.
Okay. Let's see. Sometimes a
I
refresh
may
always
just,
helps. Okay.
I might just be in the wrong spot. I'm just seeing the coffee order from this morning.
Okay. Go ahead and close workspace. Close this tab, Sarah, and go to Studio Admin. And SML, let me double check this. Looks good. Okay. I can go back to application instances.
I'm not sure where you
Under
want me to click.
DevOps in the upper left. Yeah, application instances. And deployed an hour ago. And relaunch that workspace. I wonder if your project didn't get deployed correctly for some reason. All right, try My Tasks again. And then start process. There it is. I don't know.
So do you have to go that route into the DevOps? You can't go here, go to this. Is this something different?
Those are the ones that are deployed. You should be able to go that route.
Sorry, I
It'll
think I was
bring you in.
clicking, but I see, I think what the problem was. I was clicking this project from this morning
I got you.
back to the workspace and not the one
Okay.
that I launched.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. You have to click yours there. Okay. Let's see who else is there. Boo to the tab order. I get it. Juan was getting couldn't load process definitions, check you have access. I was getting that earlier this morning. Juan, let's see your screen and let's take you back through the deployment process. So close this window and close your workspace. Yep, close that tab and go back to Studio Admin and DevOps, application instances, and find yours and go over to the right ellipsis there. Yep. And click on do upgrade for me. Do upgrade. This is where we can upgrade processes that are already out and running without having to redeploy them. So click on next. Let's step through here. Oops, next again. So train A09, next. That should be 09, train A09, yep. That just got set differently. And then user access next. Yeah, so you want your number there, train A09, that's why it wasn't showing up. And next, and finally upgrade, yep. Upgrade. And that'll spin for a couple minutes, Juan, and then just head back in there. Once that workspace re-shows itself there, should be good. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Anybody else that's getting that, make sure, show you. I'm gonna make sure. I'll step you through it here. Hold on. So head back to Studio Admin and close Workspace, close Modeling. Head to your application instances. Find your application. Head on over to your shish kebab menu, your vertical ellipses. Head on up to upgrade. And it's going to bring in that deployment screen, similar to what you saw before. Everything should be set, but as you click through to next, when you get to admin access, manager access, and user access, make sure your machine is listed in all three of those. Sometimes you get a
Yeah, my
misclick on
machine's
there.
listed on all three, but it says I don't have access to the process.
Try upgrade from here, Sarah. Let's see if that kicks it into gear. Click on upgrade. And again, this will take a minute. Okay, Kara. So while those are upgrading and spinning there, let me take a look at my Slack channel. If you all want to look at my screen, those of you that have submitted already. Here are my hardware requests. There's Thomas. Your hardware broke. Spencer, power button not powering. Abby, needs more hardware. Jerry, dropped his laptop. These are all some showstoppers in here. Full rank on you from Alan Stanwyck. That is great. With the mattress police. And there's Paul's. Everybody's doing hardware. Some software in here. I see Lauren's. Joseph's is in there. Brandon's is in there. Fidget's is in there. See Matt, I think he's in Keith's class, so they're doing this on their end.
So I have a question for you. My natural way when going in a form is to hit tab, and so it's like jumping all over the form.
Yeah.
I
think it goes, I want to say within each section it goes the top one to the next one below it, then to the upper right, and then below that when you're tabbing through, I think. It's kind of annoying. I think Thomas, you were the one
that would make
said
sense if it's using column base.
Yeah.
Because you'd work down through the column and then advance over.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I hit first name, I hit tab, and it jumped down to email address and go to that.
Yeah.
So first name and last name should be their own little thing.
Right. Yeah. You could configure it that way. All right, so some Slack messages are coming through. Let's see if anybody's redeploy yet. You can refresh your browser. That sometimes kicks it into gear too. Mine's still upgrading. See, Kara's is. Sarah, you're on B. I can't see yours right now.
Yeah, mine's still spinning.
Okay. I'm curious if you'll have access, even though your machine name's listed all the time there. Let's see. Saw a couple more come through. Software. Oh, these are from Keith's class. Next time you fill out a form, put in there, Brian's class is better than Keith's class. That way when it pops up on his Slack messaging, it'll show up on him.
Is the upgrade the same with deploying? Like it can take up to 10 minutes?
Sometimes it's theoretically supposed to take less time. Like mine just popped on. I'm gonna go into mine, see what happens. Kara, I saw yours went back on. Start process. Couldn't start new process instance. Okay. Take a peek at that and see if mine's working. On mine, we'll call it hardware. Class is better than Keith's class.
I added that note too. I can fill out the forms just yet when I hit the start process button at the bottom, getting that same error message that I couldn't start the new process instance.
Let's see what's going on here. Stop. Sounds like Kara and Sarah having the same problem. One of you go ahead and share. First one to open it up wins. It's a race. Sarah wins. Fast clicker. Okay, so everything's filled in. And when you click start process, it's just sitting there. Is that what's going on?
Throws this message that I don't
Oh,
have
I see it.
access.
Oh, I see it up there. Okay.
Is there a log that we can check?
Yes. So we're gonna go next. So if you go to Studio Admin and over on the left, Process Admin, and go down to, let's start with Service Tasks. Let's see if it shows up there. Because it didn't start, it might not have logged anything. Go under Audit. Application deployed. That's all I see. No. Okay. Click on where it says all events at the top of that first column-ish. Yeah, right there. Okay, so it's filtering by FS's help desk, which is what we want. I just wanted to make sure that. But it's not showing us what that error is. It would have displayed here. Okay. I don't see anything else there would indicate it even started. Okay.
I mean, aside from that last wizard that we were on where we assigned permissions on the last 3 steps, is there anywhere else that we've assigned permissions?
No, it should allow you to go in and do that. Let me try it on. Try it on my end here. Eric, are you in B00 at all?
I am not.
Okay. I'm gonna go in there real quick.
I did deploy your app though, the full completed solution.
Okay. Right.
Am I able to create a link to that form to have somebody else try it to see if the permission works or, well, never mind, I guess it wouldn't since we assigned each one.
When's the last time you logged in?
Like right before we started working again.
Yeah, I mean, all those permissions I'm looking at them are set fine there.
Lauren, where are you seeing the new outcome option?
The bottom of the form. Oh, that might have popped in if you accidentally hit the outcome button on your form. It's something you can add to it. No, your permissions are right here, Sarah.
Hello.
Right, well, let me see if I'll add myself to yours. And I'll see if I can deploy it on my end to see what happens.
If I make a change to the form and save it, do I have to redeploy it before I can test it again, or can you just test after you save?
You'll have to go through that upgrade.
Okay.
So without undeploying and redeploying the upgrade kind of as a way to get by that. Train. I'm going to add this machine to your processor and see what happens.
Whoops.
Yeah, that's good.
13, B13,
Yep,
B13.
I just added B00, so I want to see if it shows up here.
I also deleted that outcome that Lauren called out just in case that was doing anything.
Okay. Kara, you still getting the same one? Okay.
Kara, do you have the new outcome button on your form?
Wonder if that could be it. It's looking for an outcome, but there's nothing configured to handle it. That's my guess.
I think that's broken mine before. Yep.
I thought I remembered that, Eric.
And Laura's question was the new outcome option, or Lauren. You can add your own buttons to your forms, approve, reject, or any other button that you want to. And we have an option like later on where we do that, and then we can store it in a variable like var outcome. But if you just like add a button and do nothing else with it, I've seen this absolutely break my deployments.
Yeah.
Because it already has the save and complete buttons by default. Those are just the built-in ones that you always get, so you don't have to account for those. But sometimes somebody says, hey, I want more buttons.
Still spinning. Even though upgrade is supposed to be a little bit quicker, it doesn't always seem like it is.
Weird that it's like saying like it updated, but it didn't. Okay, let's try again. I don't know why that is there after removing it.
Unless it didn't get saved.
Hit the little cloud guy to save.
Click back on your.
There's no outcome there.
Go to your preview. Do a preview on that eye. Is that kid? Scroll down. Come save and complete.
Sorry, y'all. Didn't even realize I clicked that outcome button to even add it in the first place.
Yeah, it's right there, and people have done it before. I wish it would be somewhere else. So your process is good. There shouldn't be. Yeah, let's check, but it's not showing in a blank outcome there. That's what's weird. Did you release again a new version?
I said when I made a change to the form and saved it, did I need to redeploy? And you said just do upgrade. So do I need to
Oh, you need
redeploy
to
stuff?
release and then upgrade.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Right
For,
there in the upper right, far upper right. Release a new
oh
version
yeah,
of the project is what this will do. Yeah.
that's it.
Confirm. And now you can upgrade. So now you're on version 2. And hit refresh there. Yeah.
So essentially, if you don't release anything, upgrade does nothing.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
good to know.
Yes. I should have mentioned that. My brain was in deployment mode. Mhm. He's put it in his description. Not today, Brian. But he did see it. That's funny.
What is this updated column actually referring to? The last time we saved or the last time we like deployed or upgraded?
That's the last time that you upgraded.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I see a bunch of people still upgrading. There's several more running here. Kara's, I don't see yours. Did you get that outcome button gone, Kara, and then release the new version? Okay. Yeah, Sarah, if you'll look in your project release column now, it says 2. So that just updated there. So you'll, yep, right there. Won't let you release. Okay, let's take a look at
I'll stop
yours.
sharing.
Well, Sarah's is spinning. Okay, she's got it. You may get what you see on my screen, this red circle with the red exclamation point in it. Eventually that'll try to redeploy on its own if you don't refresh. So I see some of you are upgrading right now. No good? Okay, we'll take a look. Stop that. That's what we're here for. All right, so hit cancel. And let's see where we're at here. So up at the top, I see 2 studio admins. Close one of those. Yeah, get rid of that. Go to that one. Hit refresh real quick on your browser. And see your project release number 2. Okay, 3 minutes ago. And then go to upgrade now. I'm sorry, go back to DevOps. This is where you'll find upgrade application instances, correct. And now over there, yep, upgrade. And that all looks good. And keep going. Oops. I think if you click through next, 13, 13, looks good. Click on upgrade.
Getting rid of that outcome, fix the issue for me. It's working now.
Okay. Good to know again. I'd call Lauren. Spotting that. Okay, so I assume, Kara, that's probably going to work for you. Well, and anybody else that may have been having that issue should be good. Okay, so go to Studio. We'll take a peek at that. Now you're good. Go down to the bottom of your, right there. Yep, get rid of that. Resave. Now you gotta save first. There you go. And now release. Yep. Confirm. And go back to, so now you're on project version 3. And so go back over to your upgrade. 3rd time's a charm. Yep, right there. And I think I'm monitoring. Go to monitoring. I think you can stop it there, maybe. Runtime bundle. No, I guess we can't stop. Hold on. Okay, go back to application instances. And then your ellipsis might have to wait until it goes through. Deployments process. View configuration. How about that one? Nope. Can't stop, won't stop. All right, we're gonna have to wait a second. Oh my God. But now that that outcome's gone, I think just like Sarah, I think you're good to go here. Once you upgrade, it deploys. Fill that out, and you should be good. Sarah's, let's see if yours went through. There it is. This is the 4th time I have filled out this form. Yep. That is true.
So when you're ready to move on to a new issue, I've got an authentication issue
Okay.
error. Not quite sure
Hold
where.
on, hold on. Let me stop that. Okay, let's see where you're at, Dan.
All right.
See what your
Actually, let me
message says.
share. Here we go. And I went through and applied the tokens, and
Okay.
so this is
Invalid auth happening while sending a message.
and then
Okay.
Not a lot of useful information or helpful for
Yeah.
this. So
I
let's
think
see.
that's showing me, well, it's happening both for hardware and software.
Software, correct. So I've got errors in both of them. I went through, updated what I believe is all the,
Yeah, okay.
and now if I can, let's see, get that out of the way. So I go back to Studio.
Yes. So we're sending message. I see your channel ID. I see your message.
If it's happening in both, it'd probably be on the connector, right?
Yeah, I think it's probably
Yeah, so it's just
on,
authentication happens on the connector.
yeah,
So
on your FSS Slack connector itself over in the left panel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right there. Did you redo these? Let's see what your signing
Yep.
secrets and bot tokens look like.
Yeah.
Make sure there's no spaces at the ends.
Even recommend copying those into Notepad++ and turning on the
Yeah,
hidden
even that
characters.
too.
Because one little hidden character, that's why there's that big note in there in the spreadsheet. Don't copy it from the cell, copy it from the formula bar, because this is exactly why that message is there, because we did this thing to ourselves and spent about 3 hours troubleshooting authentication.
Well,
Yeah, try redoing those. Just remove that.
Okay.
And then yeah, take it out of the Excel spreadsheet or the Zoom.
Okay, so come back. Oops. I don't like the new Windows. So I select there. Copy.
is that one for the bot token or bot user token? Does it actually start with 6727? If so, you're missing the first like
Scroll up a little bit. I
20
thought I
characters.
saw it
Yeah,
there.
that's probably it right there.
Yeah, you're missing the beginning of that
Okay.
value.
Yeah, it should be like X something.
Oh, it is there.
Oh no, it is
okay.
there. Okay. Take that out and redo that one too, yeah. You'll need the other one. It's a different.
And then let's see, save button on this screen. No.
Yep, all the
No,
way
I
at the
think your
top.
I
You
think
got
your
to
bot
scroll up, and
token
there's that
Oh,
blue cloud.
this, yeah. No.
It's under the scroll bar, unfortunately, sadly.
Will you go back to your bot token real quick? I want to see that value one more time. EOD. Yes, okay. All right, cool. It does look good.
But it doesn't think I changed anything.
Yeah, okay. So that might not be it then.
Yeah, and try replacing it with just some trash, and then after you save it, come back and re-edit and throw them back in.
Okay. Okay.
Save. Okay,
Okay,
there it
that's
goes.
saved.
Okay,
So
go back to your process once more. Let me take a peek at. Click on your software sequence flow line. Double check that real quick. Bar issue type equals software. Okay, and then the hardware one. Bar issue type equals hardware. Looks good. Perfect. Okay, so yeah, try releasing. Release a new version. This is project version 4.
back to the admin and
DevOps. Yep. Instances. And then upgrade. And step on through just to make sure everything is the same. So you are A03, A03, A03. Looks good. Okay. And upgrade. All right. Well, let's see what happens. Path variable, possibly. While that's loading up, Dan, go back to process admin right here on this screen. Yeah, right there. Go down to audit. Process complete 30 minutes ago. Click on all events at the top of that first column. Yep. And click on that drop down. Okay, so that's the only one we're on. Okay. Is that Kyle's? I don't know why that's on Kyle's. That
Oh,
might be why. You might have picked the wrong one and tried to deploy Kyle's instead of your own. Maybe
yeah.
that's why you were getting it. Go back to DevOps
Here.
and
Instances or
instances.
what?
Yep. So once that goes through that DJ one, that might be why.
Hmm.
Hey Dan, don't bring your mess
Hey,
into my application, all right?
hey, I am a standard user. I know what I clicked. I'm right.
Hmm. That is my guess on why. Okay. And Kara's, I still see yours firing up. All right, well, those are upgrading. Anybody else? Getting errors. All right, hardware. I see somebody else's came through. Wands, I see yours in there now. Hardware and software. Cool. Sarah's was there. Yeah, I see yours firing up again here, Kara. Okay. All right, while those are going, I'm going to take this share back, Dan. Do a quick test once that workspace does show up, Dan. Let us know. Everybody else, you can just look at my screen. So I ran my FSS help desk. You should see it in the completed processes, right, in your workspace. Excuse me. Shows you when it started, when it stopped. And like I showed on Dan's screen, we can troubleshoot in a couple different places. So service tasks under process admin is one place to go. Yep, Juan, I saw yours there. Here's my completed process. If there was an error, it would show up under the status column, and then your vertical kebab ellipsis on the far right, you could select view error. And that would give you a little bit more detail, kind of point you where in your process it might have broken. And you can filter by the process itself. So you just click on, so it says customize your filter way at the top here. And if you click on that, you'll get a drop down. And typically I'll just do it by the application name. Most of you are only going to see one. Maybe you'll see coffee project. I don't think so though, but and I think I see Juan's because I think he added me to one of his application upgrades there. So you can filter by those and it'll show you all the different service tasks for that. And then that audit one as well. So you click on audit. It's more of a step-by-step through there. So you'll see your event type in that first column. Your sequence flows, starting and activities. Shows you the different event IDs. So that's some of the JSON that's being put here into this audit log. And then that final column, obviously you can go right in and check out the event action for that particular step in the process. So what will happen as we go forward, things will definitely break. They just do it on their own sometimes. We'll come in here to service tasks and audit to troubleshoot. And this is where we'll get started on taking a peek, and it'll show you where to go when you do your troubleshooting. All right, I see Dan's back on. I see your workspace up. Kara's is still spinning. Dan, you should be going through hopefully here in a minute. Let me know if you get an error message first.
Nope, I'm getting the error messages again.
Fantastic. Okay, let me see your screen one more time, Dan. Let's see
All right.
where we're going wrong. Okay.
So where do you want me to go?
Integration error received. Yeah, click on that JSON where you just were.
Yeah.
Let's
Okay.
take a peek in there. So, inbound variables string.
That was my last test, so.
Let's take a look at your email. Not your email, your expression on your Slack connector. I want to take a peek at that. So, yeah, go back to input mapping here. No, that is it. That's right.
Is
Thought it
that
was missing.
channel ID correct?
Yeah, that's what
I'm looking at hardware support right now, and it ends in a GM Charlie 1.
Is this for software or is this hardware? I guess it shouldn't matter. See, this is software. Caesar MQ.
Ah, I see. Yep, software looks good.
MT7. Yep, so that is software. Okay, that looks. Yeah, that looks right. Okay. And then the hardware one. You're missing a channel ID.
Well, I noticed that the first time around. I went and put it in, and
It didn't update. Okay. Yeah, hit
sure.
cancel here. And then on your input mapping,
Input, yeah.
hit your, yep, right there. And now your channel ID is going to be.
You need to add it to values of process
Yeah, it's going to
variable.
be a
Oh, wait a
value.
minute. This is. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, just paste it in the value there. Should be the
And
C06N.
Is that, wait a minute, which one am I on here?
No.
It's the other one, right?
Grab it from the chat.
Yeah, get it from the Zoom chat here.
Right.
And yep, right there. Paste. and update. And then
But
resave your process.
but that should only affect the hardware one. It wouldn't be the problem. with the software.
That's what's kind of throwing me for a loop, that your software one was showing up there too. So what it's, but I thought we just looked there and it looked fine. Yeah, let's recheck that one. C06MT7G DSMQ. That is right. Okay. I'm not sure why I would throw it for both. All right, I'll try re-releasing again. Let's
Okay.
release a new project version. And then head back to admin. Yep, instances. And one more upgrade on this one. Yep. And you should be able just to click upgrade. I think we already checked it all.
Okay. Come back to hurry up and wait.
Yep, wait. I'm just curious and to see why that would throw an error on the software one though.
I'm seeing a different integration error in the runtime bundle logs. I'm wondering if that might be affecting the call that's going out.
Mm-hmm.
There's an issue with your binding to the severity.id value.
All right. Let's do.
And that would be in, where was that bound at?
It'll be on the form, right?
Yep. Output from the form.
Yep. So go to your help desk form.
Oh, okay. Process forms.
And go down to severity. To advanced. Yeah. Let's double check.
Okay, maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not.
Well, if it's just the binding, it could also be within the actual workflow process for
Right.
hardware and software, depending on
Yeah.
what was actually set up in there.
That's the error I'm finding.
So yeah,
Well,
you
on
were
your-
to go back over to the actual application itself. So your first tab.
Yeah. And then on your start event. Correct.
Oh, that looks familiar. That's the one where we were manually editing it in the JSON. In the past, when it broke like that, it would say something is wrong with the variable, and you change it from variable to value, and then it starts working just fine.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can grab my screenshot of that, because fixing that in the past.
Yeah, we ran into this whenever Keith was doing the like half day class whenever you guys first started it.
Yep. Yep. I remember that.
Well, I haven't touched any of the JSON, so.
Okay.
It's not something you would have touched. It's just
Yeah.
we saw this a couple times before.
Go to that eye menu, Dan, or the eye icon. Yeah.
XML.
And is it XML? I think. Go to that. Yeah, go there first. Or is it in extensions? No, extensions. Of course, I picked the wrong one. Scroll back up 1 second. Was it that?
Yeah, severity has value, not variable.
Yeah, right. Keep going up a little. So right, where's severity? The line 32. That says value, but it should be variable. And then the same thing on line 24.
Just for reference, I put a screenshot in chat for anybody who's curious about where we've seen that before. And I had a note from that from last year.
Hit save on your process now, Dan.
Okay.
I thought they had fixed this though, Eric, right?
I haven't seen it for a couple of months, but
Been a while.
And unfortunately, I can't force it to happen. That's the worst part. If I could cause this, that'd be perfect.
All right. Then go ahead and release and deploy again.
Yeah, we're gonna have to release another new one. Yep. Yeah, if I recall way back when, there was no rhyme or reason as to why it would show up as a value and not variable. It might have been if somebody clicked on like save or whatever that wording is on the button and then gone back in there. Possible. Okay.
So I'm getting validation errors here. So do I have a wrong item selected in the actual?
So now we're looking at the output mappings on your starting.
Yeah.
So scroll to, down here and click on that pencil icon. Go down to issue type. Yeah, right there. And then where was that? So this is kind of weird to see, but to the left of your search bar there, there's a little X icon right there. Clear that out. And then do the same for severity. Then click update. Resave. And now go back into output mappings and try to remap those. Let's see what that does. Yep. Open up your window. Let's see if it likes this. We're doing ID to issue type. VAR issue type. Third from the bottom.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
And then the same for severity. Find the one that says ID on it. Hover over your question mark. Yep,
this one says.
Yep. Okay. Map that to severity. Click on update. And click on validate right next to your save button right there. Process is valid. Resave your process. And now validate your project. Okay. And now let's get a new release going.
Okay, so now I should go back to.
I think we should be good here, I think. See if you do your upgrade one more time. All right.
Done already? Oh, it's being upgraded.
Yeah, hit refresh in your browser. Might spin for a minute. Okay.
Okay.
Kara, where are we at?
I'll stop sharing.
Okay. Any luck? Still deploying. Wow. It stopped on my end. Refresh your browser, Kara. See if it stopped. Go into your workspace. Yep. Fill one out and let's see what happens. And we'll see where Dan's at, and we should be good. Getting some good troubleshooting in, that's for sure. Just came through. Boo. Look at that one Katie Januzzi just submitted. Keith's class is smarter than Brian's class. She's not making fun of me. She's making fun of all you. Anybody know Katie Januzzi? It's pretty funny. As you can tell from these Slack messages, these are all our partners from Record It. Record It at Hyland today. So they're going to be doing the same class that we're doing for the next 3 days. And the cool part is they're staying on site Thursday and Friday to build their processes in their own system, and a lot of Highlanders are in there to help them. So it'd be kind of cool to see that. All right, Dan, you're stopped, it looks like. Should be able to get in your workspace and fill that.
All right, I'll give it a shot.
Hopefully we'll get an error this time. I forgot to mention, if you want to look at my screen up in our Zoom, the URL here, that's where we're getting that channel ID from. I like that idea, Fidget. Something important happened, you know, the important sound instead of the little dot 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 that keeps ringing in my ear. All right. Any luck, Dan?
Yeah.
That goes through?
No, I'm still getting the error.
Okay.
Brian, if you like, we can probably like drop off Dan and myself for Fidget inside of a breakout room if you want us to troubleshoot with them for a few. Then we can report back
We
if
are
needed.
at. We're already an hour and 15 in on the afternoon. Why don't we jump out for a break anyway? We're due for one. And we can still troubleshoot with Dan while everybody's on break.
Sounds good to me.
Let me stop my share. Dan, you go ahead and pop yours on. Everybody else, we'll see you back here in, I don't know, 10, 12, 13 minutes. Call it 3:45. How about that? 3:45 Eastern. Take a look. All right, so that didn't do it, huh?
Nope.
Integration error received. Let's look at that JSON one more time. Inbound variables. Didn't see anything. If anybody else sees anything, let me know. Can you bring up your process variables? Back in studio modeling, click in the white area. Yep. Head down to process variables. Edit process variables. Let's just take a quick look at all these. Make sure they're all right.
I assume you want me to step into each one?
Well, we can look at them here. You can.
Okay.
I just want to make sure everything's string balloons. Nope, those all look correct. Okay. It's not anything in there. Weeded that out.
And the routing's going correctly, so it shouldn't be in there.
Already checked the connector. We checked. Checked our channel IDs. We all looked good.
Just went through the connector settings and everything does look good in there. Make sure there's no typos in any of the key values. So
Okay.
So you did that, or you want me to go there?
I already looked at it, Dan.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can poke around at most of this through the studio admin.
Okay.
Let's try this. In the chat, Dan, can you download that file that I just put in there locally? Save it somewhere in just on your C drive or something. Let's
Sure.
see what happens. We're going to upload my process into your project. See what happens.
Thank you. This might just be one of those, well, delete everything and start over.
Yeah, the only
It
errors
could have
I'm
been.
finding, and Fidget, are you still around? Fidget probably stepped away for break. The only errors I'm seeing inside of the runtime bundle is keybase error, so KIE keybase error, so and it's on the entity manager, so it very well could be a corruption somewhere in there. You just have to nuke it and try it again. But can you export your XML for this, Dan, before you make any changes and upload Brian? That way I can have a copy of it.
Sure.
And you can just email it over to me whenever you have time.
Okay. Let's see. Not the process, the XML.
Yeah, if you can provide me just a copy of the XML. Yeah, if you just want to copy this out and send it to me. Yep.
Yep.
I'll poke at it whenever I have some time later on.
No, actually, no, that didn't do what I wanted it to do. That's right. Okay, I've got that saved off. Now, let's see. On me to import a process.
Yeah, upload right there.
Upload right
upload.
there.
You should be able to find that wherever you saved it.
It'd be this one. That was your name?
Yes,
Yep.
that was me.
Okay.
And then open. Oh, it's talking about the one you have open. You can just close that without. Don't save, yeah. Now try importing
Well,
that new
let me
one.
just close all of this stuff out. Now, back here.
Oh, did it do it? It might have done it. Yeah, there it is.
Now,
Okay. That's your old one, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, you can delete that if you go to that drop down to the right. Nope.
Drop down.
Nope, click that, yep, and next to your eye icon.
Oh,
right
this.
Delete, yeah.
Yeah.
Delete that one.
Okay.
And then this one, I believe you'll have to assign that connectors. So click on your Slack.
There it is.
Should be all the same. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, go back to your process and then click on the software Slack connector right there. Refresh. I don't know. Maybe it's not liking permissions on that, but I won't know why it wouldn't.
Change user.
It must be a permission issue. Let me make sure. Let me find your. What was your number? 3?
3. AO3.
Okay, hold on. So update to add you. I don't know if it'll make me download that again. Try it one more time, refresh, see if it opens.
All right.
We just added you as no. Close your tab, and I'm gonna try to send your new one. All right, let's try this process. So I gave your user permissions on this process.
Okay.
Try uploading that one. And let's see if it likes that.
I'm just gonna close that. No. No. Okay. Now I've forgotten where I go again.
Go to studio modeling.
Oh, modeling. That's
Yep.
okay.
Yep, back into modeling.
Yeah. This was
Island Experience Bang.
okay.
An experience, yep. Modeling, studio modeling, yep. And go into your project.
Into the project or?
Yep, yeah.
Okay.
Your project, and then processes, and you can delete that existing one of mine. Select that, and then go to your right, that vertical ellipsis. Yeah, delete that one. And then go back over and upload that new one. And let's see what happens. Of course you did. Of course they had a problem uploading. Try it one more
Doesn't like me today.
time. Yeah.
Is it a naming problem? Delete this one.
I think it should be.
Get rid of the parens in there.
Yeah, try the parentheses. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
It's still not showing that. Click on your Slack. Yeah. Nope. Well,
Oh boy.
I don't know why it doesn't like that.
Yeah.
We might have to try the whole project then. Where are we at
All
here?
right. I can go through and recreate that.
And what I'd probably do for the next steps, whenever you go through it, I'd leave the connector in there and see if you rebuild the actual project, if the connector will work with it. If not, then it's the connector we need to try to replace.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
All right. We'll step
All
through
right.
and rebuild that.
Yeah, before you nuke anything, any of the XML files you want to send over, I'm happy to take a look at them whenever I have a chance.
All right. So that's that.
All right. There's my entire project I just sent you, Dan.
All right.
So save that locally.
Okay, did that.
Yeah, let me go back to studio modeling.
Hold on, I gotta log in again.
We'll try to get this from a project perspective instead of the process.
And to upload even a project, I have to jump into another project. So
you can do that from right, and you enter studio modeling. You'll see upload project on the upper right.
Okay. Yeah, I missed those buttons.
And then just make it your name or rename it to, DJ2 or something like that.
Okay, did that.
Okay, so I see it here.
No validation errors.
Yep, go ahead and release it then. And that'll be your new one going forward, assuming this works.
So in the first couple downloads you gave me, you were just trying to import a piece of the project?
Correct.
Not I didn't
Just
think
the
that worked.
process. Yeah.
I
It
didn't
wasn't
realize
working today, that's for sure.
I didn't think they'd got there yet.
Maybe they didn't. I don't know. I just thought it's an option, so let's give it a shot. So I don't know. We'll figure this out. The project should hopefully get us going, and we'll be able to move forward. New one should deploy.
I'm just stepping through permissions now.
Okay. And everybody should be back from break, I think. Should be good. It's uploading. I'm going to fill up my water. I will be back in about. We got phase 2 here, which is looks like that. We're going to be building off of our Slack connectors. And we're going to have a generate document task. And we'll create it as a PDF file, and we'll take all the information that goes into the Slack message, whichever one it is, software or hardware, and it'll put that information onto a template that we've uploaded. And then we'll take that PDF and we're going to email it back to the original requester. And so they have a copy of their requests that they originally submitted. And so we're going to tuck these two new tasks in between our end event and those Slack connectors. Move this out of the way. Dan, I got your message. Hardware support.
Yeah.
You're good to go. Smoke is billowing out of the back. Oh yeah, go ahead and use that project I sent you to build off of then, Dan. That'll be our good
Okay.
one. Okay.
Will do.
All right. Let me find my lab for number 2. Go ahead and download that from the chat that Eric threw in there. It's now just opening. All right, same deal as before. Tabs at the bottom. If you scroll all the way to the left, you'll see the new requirements for our FSS help desk. We're gonna make it a little bit prettier. We're gonna add our logo, add some different colors to our workspace. And then there are the two considerations for generating the PDF and then emailing a copy of that PDF. So on our application tab, there's a screenshot of phase 2. And then on our process tab, you'll see some of the new options we need to add, which is adding 2 new variables. And so we're going to need a new process variable for the date that the form was filled out. So we're going to add a default date for today, whatever day that is that they filling out the form, our end users. And then we have another process variable called VAR attachment, VAR attachment, which is a content type. And we'll be able to use that process variable to store our PDF in order to pass it along. And then we'll get into adding our document task and our email task. So let's do our process variables first. So head to your process level, click in their white area. Scroll all the way down in your properties to edit process variables. You see our existing 7. We're going to add 2 more on the upper right part of your screen, create process variable. And we'll start with VAR capital T today. VAR today. Date variable type. Once you selected that variable type of date, down at the bottom, click that checkbox that says today right next to it. That'll be our default value. The system will fill in that value. Okay, Monica, no worries. Save and add new. And then we'll do VAR attachment. On our variable type drop down, even though our content is listed as our variable type in our spreadsheet, we're still staying under primitives. You'll see content under primitives. Go ahead and select the content variable type. And again, we could set a default value here. We're going to actually put the settings for our project file on one of our tasks that we're going to add to the process, not here in our process variable. So I'm just going to click on save. All right, I tried a new setting on that volume, Sarah. Let me know if that was helping. Check that. There was something wrong with my headset last week, so I don't know if this is a part of that or not. Kept going in and out. All right, we have our new process variables. Go ahead and select your end event and delete it. And that'll take care of those sequence flows. We'll re-add those. I see. Okay. Just gonna close Slack. That'll take care of that. Let's start with our UI. I'm going to throw into the chat 2 files. And then I want you to download locally. The first is our Frostbite Software Systems logo. Second is the template we're going to use to generate our PDF. So save those files locally. And if you look at my screen, you'll see what our template looks like. All right, so this is just a Word document. You can see the spaces, the spots we're going to use to input the values that we're going to be storing in our process variables here. So pretty simple. Thank you to first name, last name for submitting your request. Here's what we received. Shows you your email address. Is it an emergency? The issue type, and then the description. So all that information is going to be populated on here, and we'll push it out as a PDF when we get to that task. In order to use this in our process, in order to use that picture, we need to import them into Studio Modeling here. All right, so wherever you save those locally, keep that handy. Scroll down a bit and you'll see the Files option in your panel on the left. For the first one, we'll do project file first. Click on your vertical ellipsis kebab menu, click on upload. Go ahead and find your templates wherever you have that. Do I have that? It's right here. Might make you save your changes to your process first, which is fine. We're gonna set this to public. I think that's what it says on our spreadsheet for to upload. Yes, project files, set it to public. We can leave the name as is, I think. I'm gonna upload that. I think it should have uploaded already. Yeah, it's already been saved. Let's set it to public if you wouldn't mind. You should see that nested under files, and then go ahead and upload your picture as well. I'm going to change the name from picture 1 to SMFSS. Change my name. Oh well.
Do you know what the point is of having to reselect the file, even though it's like you're selecting it on the first import?
That I do not know. I don't know why it does that, because it seems like once you've
I think it's
put it on there,
because every time I tried, I hit upload, pick it, and I would do it again,
Yeah.
and I would do it again.
Yeah.
So do it again.
Instead of uploading
yeah.
again, you save it, right?
Yeah,
It
even though
almost
you
seems
save
like a bug in the UI of.
I think it's to upload a revision over the top of it. So you upload and hit save, it should save. And then later, if you wanted to add a revision file to the template, then you can upload it again over the top.
Yep.
Okay.
That UI gets me every time too.
Yeah. I won't save it as my new name. Oh well.
For what it's worth, if you hit the eye icon, it does show you that it's like, if you go to metadata, you can see if it's a ping or what it is. So that's helpful, I think. But it's not super clear, that's for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it okay for us to change the names to something that makes more sense to us, like template solutions or template or whatever?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Whatever you'd like. All right, just above files, you will see UI right there. And when you hit that drop down, you'll see workspace. That's why they're all called workspace in that column in Studio Admin. Or yes, not Studio Admin. Yeah, Studio Admin. Right. If you want to change it to whatever you want when you're clicking it to deploy or to jump into your workspace, here I can name it to FSS Help Desk, right? Whatever I want it to say. That's if I want to change my logo, down, when you hit the logo drop down, you should see, in this case, it's picture 1 or whatever you renamed that to. Application title's another place. You could change that too. That shows up on the, is that the top of the workspace? I think it is. They're over here on the right here. There's some hex code colors in the spreadsheet. You want to get crazy with them? Be my guest. The text color is the top one. The header color is the second one. Feel free to type in those hex codes.
Wait, when you say the first one versus the second one, are you talking vertically or horizontally?
Vertically. So this text color, this is the text color that's going to be on this header. So top is the text color that's going to be on this color down here.
Wait, I'm completely lost. I have no idea what you just said or what you.
So up here in your when we get into our workspace, up here is your header. Whatever that color is will be right here.
Okay.
The text, whatever you want it to say, if you wanted to say FSS help
Gotcha,
desk,
gotcha. Okay.
will be, that color, the text color. So down here, I named my application title FSS help desk. If I'm thinking of this correctly, which I think I am.
Am I supposed to be able to pick the logo that we just uploaded in the logo dropdown?
Yes, you should see it there.
Was there something you're supposed to do after we hit save for that to appear?
If you don't see it, go back and select it. And does it say public or private?
Yeah, mine switched over. I
Yeah,
had to
that switched. Thanks.
Okay.
Is there a reason why I can't see the logo that I uploaded in that logo dropdown?
Go back to it under files and make sure it's public.
Okay.
Yeah.
Joy. Thank you.
Yeah, I like the dark mode. It looks pretty cool.
They're working on it though, because some of the font or some of the labels are black text. So you go pure black background, it just leaves it as black font. So a lot of menus disappear, and I'm not sure how to fix that.
Yeah.
Put my JSON in chat there to kind of show the background.
Can I
back
share
end
my
of that.
screen for a moment? I think mine keeps switching to private when I try to upload the logo.
Let's see.
I'm going to delete it again. When I click delete here, this is the current tab that I'm viewing, correct?
Yes. Which you should be, like Lauren said, I
Delete
think you
this
should just be able
file.
to hit save. Once you change it to public. Once you change it to public, does it allow you to save? Really?
Too, and that
Okay.
didn't seem to do. So that's why I was deleting and
Yeah.
recreating.
Okay. I don't know.
Let's switch it to save. Let's
Try refreshing your browser, maybe.
Yeah. Tried refreshing.
After
So
no.
let me
Is it the
delete
spaces
again to
in
make
the
sure.
name? Does that matter?
Well, the template is shown as public
Spaces in
now.
the file name?
Oh, spaces, is that what you said?
Yeah, I didn't know if it would allow spaces for the file name itself.
Could be. Let's try this.
Should we upload, not create?
Yeah, you don't need to hit create.
Yeah,
just
you wanna
upload. right under your file right there. Yep. Click upload instead of create. Yeah.
Okay.
And it should take you there. And now you should be able to name it and save it and public it.
Actually, does.
Yeah. Now save without.
There's the problem. You
Yeah,
hit
that was the
upload again. You
problem,
didn't
right?
hit
Son of a
save.
gun.
That's
I think you
I
can
did the
just
exact same
save.
thing, Sarah, like
Yeah.
up over and over and over again. So you just hit the save button there.
Yeah, that's what, Lauren, you mentioned that. Yeah.
But still, why wouldn't create work? Like,
I don't
use that
know
option?
what that
Okay.
part does. So yeah, now your image, and then whatever changes you make here, you just hit save after you're done. Yeah, right there. But it's weird because you don't think it's uploaded already in your mind, at least my mind, I know.
Just confirm those are set to public. All right, thank you.
And do they show up in that UI now, that drop down?
Yes.
Okay.
The create button, if anybody's wondering, will create an empty file so you can set the name of it. And then if you want to come back later and add the file name in. So you can either create the file and then upload it after clicking into the new file, or you can upload it and create it at the same time.
Okay. All right, adding a little pizzazz to our process for our end users. Let's get into our generate document task. You will see that BPMN element kind of down in that Hyland section. If you hover over it, it says generate document task. And just drag it, drop it onto your canvas there. And I'm going to call this as my name, generate PDF of form data. Generate PDF of form data. Once you've named it, that said to include our file as private. This other tab said public. Thought. Apparently our project file is supposed to be private. I think that does make a difference. Mine is private.
So the template, it should be marked as private.
Yeah, but make sure you mark your template as private. The picture can be public. Okay. All right, so we are on our generate document task. Over in our properties on the right, we've named it. If you scroll down, two things set by default, implementation, doc generating service. Action is to generate a PDF or generate a document. We will set the PDF when we get into our input mapping here. All right, so under our input mapping, let's open up our larger edit variable mapping. Moving on to the generate doc tab in your Excel spreadsheet. And we're going to do the metadata, which is going to be an expression first. Okay. And I'm going to copy this from the formula bar at the top. I threw that into the Zoom chat. And that is going under metadata, expression, and I'm going to paste that in. So similar to what we saw before in our Slack message, that same type of syntax, $, open curly braces, brackets, whatever you call them, with our variable, process variable in between there. Next up, output file name. What's the file name going to be? Once again, I'll throw that in the chat. Another expression. So output file name, expression. Paste in that expression again. Next output format just underneath there. And head to the value tab. And when you hit the drop down, you'll see the only two options for us. I keep it as that Word doc or change the PDF, which is what we were going to select. Set as a PDF. Scroll down a bit. We are looking for target folder path. Target folder path. Once generated, where do you want to put this file in the repository? And if you recall seeing when you just got into your workspace, the folders there, one of them was called as a value /FSS. Target folder path value of /FSS. Lastly, our template is where we're going to put that template we uploaded. The last option there, select template. Once again, head to your value tab. And you'll see those three radio buttons, right? We saw these before when we created our content process variable. We could have defined that way back when, but we wanted to do it here as part of the process itself. And so if you choose project file, and then when you choose your drop down, you should see your, whatever you named it. I called mine Frostbite Software Solutions. Just select it there. And click on update. Right, so the information from the Slack message is going to come into our generate document task, populate those values onto our template, save it as a PDF, and then we want to spit that PDF out to our email task. And we use another process variable to do that. So in output mapping, down at the bottom, you should see VAR attachment. That you can set as your process variable for your parameter file. Okay, Spencer, thanks, man. We'll see you tomorrow.
Wait, show that again. I thought we were doing. I missed something there. So we're not doing project file. We're doing process variable instead. We're doing var attachment.
We're output.
Oh no. I'm sorry. You're okay. Hold on.
Yep.
I was
template. Okay. This was up on input mapping.
Yeah. Okay.
That guy up there. Okay.
Now hold on a second. Why isn't it letting me map it?
And I had an issue with var attachment. Last time I did this, I actually had to use, I think, the drop down instead of the pencil. Like it just would not accept it, even though it looks like it takes it. So just watch out for that. I don't.
Yep, that's what I was experiencing just now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks, Eric. I got the same thing.
That's a.
If you open up the pencil there, it's something doesn't like it. You need to do it right from there.
As far as the things that like you put in there with the metadata and output file, that's just that you've from ahead of time, you said this is how we want it to look. Like there's
Correct.
no other reasoning, right?
Correct. Yep.
Like because the metadata is that data that you're just wanting to pass forward? Is that why you have the metadata? Like,
Yes, this is what we're pulling from our process variables that's stored in there, coming from our Slack message.
yeah. And it's
And
just
we
going to be
say,
metadata of the
this is
file.
the metadata that's going to be input into that template file. Correct. Yeah.
I guess in that file, in that PDF that you showed us before, it used these items, right? Is that
Yes.
why this is the particular metadata, or is this like when you right click on a file and it has metadata and it says the author is this, etc. Is this so that
So this,
these can do its job?
correct.
Okay.
This is how it
So
needs to
so
be
if you were to
set
add
up in
one more
order to
thing
get,
in,
these
yeah.
values into this template.
Okay.
And then the document task itself is going to save it and spit it out as a PDF because that's what we define there. Yeah.
In that definition of the PDF that you had up, there was kind of certain kind of brackets around the variables. Is that if we were trying to do this on our own, is that what we would need to do is create a
The way this is displayed, yes.
yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Correct. So it
What
looks
is
like
that symbol after like, it says email greater than? What is that?
Fun
this
looking
one.
symbol. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just part of, if I turn off
Yeah, that's a
that,
carriage return.
Okay.
it's
Oh, okay.
carriage
It's just a
return
very
from
okay.
there. That's what it should look like.
Okay.
I had on the paragraph thing for
Yeah.
spacing and all that stuff,
All right.
carriage returns.
Cool.
So that's what it looks like.
All right. And so those need to match the metadata. So if we
Yeah.
typed in issue type with lowercase I in our metadata, it would fail when it got to here because it wouldn't match.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
I think these are coming from update.
Right. So you just had a
If I'm looking at my right here, this ID
Okay.
is the same as what's on this template. So if I'm looking here, I believe we're looking at this, and somebody can correct me, I think, if we're wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the
I don't
syntax
think
is like a
so.
mail merge.
It is a mail merge, but I don't think that's where it comes from. You had
No.
it up on your screen just a second ago.
It's metadata. That's why I was asking about the metadata. Is it that it's matching to the metadata or is it matching to the ID that's already in the system?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe
That
here.
first name, last name match the metadata in the document and our variables
Yeah.
stick
And
stuff
then,
in there.
okay. So it's looking at this then,
Yeah.
and then sticking in that, right?
That's what I'm interpreting. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
bar first name is what's in the system, right? In the
Yeah.
process that's running. So you're saying,
Correct.
okay, assign it to first name.
Yeah, I think you
And
are right here then. Yeah.
then
Whatever's in the metadata here, yeah, needs to match
that. Those.
that. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that is correct then. You're right.
Okay.
So that. All right, everybody double check that you have your var attachment set and your output mapping and resave your process if you need to. confirm that we do know that there are errors. Get your sequence flow from your Slack messages to your document task. Forget those. What did that just happen there? All right, so we have our document task complete. Let's move on to our email task next. Our email tab. You'll see your send email task underneath your connector. That same Hyland section there. Go ahead and drag and drop that onto your process. I'm going to call this, for my name, email PDF as attachment. Use a sequence flow to get that set up as well. All right, so this is an email service. The action is already set to send, which is what we want. On our input mapping on our email task, you can go ahead and let's open up that variable mapping window once again. VAR attachment, you are going to map to attachments, your attachments parameter right there. The from field is probably already filled in. We used to have to fill this in manually. That is set now. No reply at experience.hyland.com. Subject line, you'll see it in your spreadsheet. I will throw it into the chat. Those of you following along there. As you can tell, we're leveraging a process variable in an expression, so we need to use the expression tab here. I didn't map that to text. I mapped that to something else. Go down to your text. No, subject. That's what that was. Subject expression. We're in the 4:30 hour. Things are getting punchy in my brain. Subject, your, whatever the issue type is, hardware, software, request has been received. Next up, text. Once again, an expression. This will be part of the body of our email. Text, once again, expression. Hello, whatever your first name is. And the rest of that information. Lastly, the to field, we will just use our process variable, VAR email. Whatever we captured off of that initial form, that's who we're sending back to. Easy enough to do for us. Once you have those in, go ahead and select update. Go ahead and append an end event onto your email task. Oh, you can still do it in that fresco. That's funny. Append your end event onto your email task. validate your process, save your process. And phase 2 is complete. From a configuration point, go ahead and release a new version of your project if you want to validate the project. Double check there. Let me know if anybody gets any errors. Go ahead and release your project. Head back to Studio Admin. DevOps, application instances. Go ahead and find yours in the list there. And let's do an upgrade. All the way over to your vertical ellipsis when you find your application name. Let's do an upgrade. Come on, where'd you go? Upgrade. There we go. Everything should be set if you want to click through next on each of them to verify. And we are off and running on our upgrades. Give this a couple minutes to go on through. Anybody get any errors on their validation?
So is this the only way we can test it? Like, obviously we could have a typo in there somewhere, right? And is this the whole cycle? Like you can't.
For now, yes. This is the quickest way to do it.
Okay.
Upgrading, yeah. Saving, re-releasing the project, and then upgrading your instance here in DevOps.
And I think there's such a really cool version control built into this. So if Brian were to go back to studio modeling, click at the very top on your project, there's a little drop down list right next to it. So yeah, so when you open your project, because I think this is something that is one of my greatest obstacles in other content management and automation systems I've worked with is just there's no version control other than what you do manually. So yeah, next to your Train A solutions up top, there's a little tiny drop down, and Brian can see the project releases and the versioning. So like for example, view project releases, and you can see kind of all the changes Brian has been making, the release numbers. There's actions right next to that where Brian can actually, I think, revert it back to an old build. Yeah, restore it to that release. So, the famous somebody changed something on Friday, on Monday, nothing works. You're just a few minutes away from redeploying what did work just a couple days ago without going, oh, it's gone. Good luck. And I don't know what we mapped or didn't map or didn't conflict resolution behind it. So I'm really excited for that. Almost like GitHub. If you ever learned GitHub, there's a ability to do version control within that. Push and branch. And this more closely matches that kind of software version control that is kind of industry standard best practice.
Once this upgrade pushes through in your workspace column, you should see whatever you named your workspace, right? If you changed it from workspace to FSS help desk, that's what you should see in this column here to get into your workspace. Juan, I did see your message about the extension. Yeah, so when it does get emailed to you, it's going to look like this as a screenshot from Juan's. You'll see it comes through as a temp file, and you just have to open as a PDF. I believe that's how it goes. And I don't think we've gotten a good answer why it's still a temp file. Have we, Eric?
Nope.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Change the thing on it manually, but it's not been something they've updated or changed yet.
Yeah. If you just open it as a PDF, you should be able to see those values then.
I did put an IS work order on December 30th to request whitelisting of emails from no reply at experience.hyland.com. It's sitting out there kind of forever. Handed off quite a few times, so. But I tried.
Cool. There it is, Juan. Looks good. You can see Juan's screenshot in the chat. That's what your PDF will look like once it gets emailed to you. If these ever upgrade.
So once it's deployed, is there another step we need to do? Like, because when I go into like, I follow my, it says it's deployed. I go to my workspace. Under the completed, it shows the previous version, doesn't show the current version. Under running, it doesn't show either. I mean, there's a start process button, but
Let me see what you're looking at, if you wouldn't mind, Peter.
Sure. All right, see my screen.
Yep, I can see it. Okay, so if you
here,
go up to
here it shows it deployed.
yep,
That's the new name.
And your workspace.
And so this is the workspace. And so under completed, it shows version 1. It should be version 2 at this point because we did the update, right?
I think you do
That was for your one from before. So you
Oh.
got to fill out a new form here.
But again,
Or did you not? Did you already fill one out, a new one?
no, I haven't started a new process.
Oh yeah, so go ahead and do a new one.
I see. So it's not actually running until we actually do anything with the
correct.
Is that what
Until
you're
you
saying?
hit whatever the button is
see.
here on your form, submit or
okay.
save. I can't remember what it says.
So it's not. So this isn't like we deploy and it sits there and runs. It's just code now that's been authorized to run.
Yes.
And then when we do the forms, we start a process. That's actually what kicks up the application, and then if we go halfway through, if there was a pause in the application, an intentional pause, we could come to the processes and see that it was running.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll get into a part where if we have a user task, and so let's say me as the end user filled something out and there was a user task in the middle of my process that my manager had to look at to approve, right? You would see that process just stuck there and running until the manager approved it or denied it or whatever they had to do. And then once they completed their task, then the process would eventually go down to completed, correct? Ours is just, there's no stopping point in this one. It's just instantaneous. It's going to do it all once, one fell swoop there.
Is the flow like with one getting, sitting in running, like waiting for a task, is it caching the initial process flow when it was submitted? Or if you make a change, will it follow the new change for anything else going forward steps wise?
That's a good question. I don't know if it caches that information from the first run. I don't think so, Eric. Do you think that does that?
I haven't seen that in my testing,
Yeah.
but I think that would be part of my deployment strategy as well, as like, for example, having cutoffs where things have to stop. And later on in the week, I think we'll get to play with something, a little example Keith has given us, where we actually have subroutines or sub processes, because there's this habit to try to put everything in a single process, and we do not want to do that. We want to create these small microscopic things, like for example, something that sends emails, another one that does PDF conversion, that we can just call one off. We don't have to build that for every process we've got. So that's definitely a design thing I think we'd want to think about as well, just as a exception case.
So similar to a lot of the RPA stuff that we've done in Hyland
Microbots and
with the
RPA is
microbots.
a similar example. Yeah.
Yep.
You don't
Very,
try to
very
RPA a whole
similar.
darn thing. You build a bunch of microbots to
Yep,
call in
exactly.
a central process.
Mhm.
And they try to give you this hint in the studio itself. Like, for example, you upload your logo as a resource file. You uploaded your template as a resource file. So now you don't have to redefine that over and over again. If you ever need to update it, you just replace that file and all your processes that call it are updated. So that's a tough thing to do when you're used to doing it the other way around, especially spreadsheets. I built a spreadsheet that has everything in it, and now it takes 20 minutes to open and has a bunch of macros. Crying gets the herd out.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of failed upgrades on my end.
I think it's doing that thing
Yeah.
again where the deployment service is just overloaded.
Yeah, overloaded, just crushed by. So
It, we don't have to do anything. It just what they said is every 10 minutes the deployment
it'll,
service checks the
yeah,
status of all the apps again and tries to redeploy them.
that was one of the messages I got earlier somewhere in the chat. Let's see here. We're creeping up on the end of the day anyway. We'll see if these fire up here in the last 10 minutes. When we kick off tomorrow, we'll still. We'll probably jump into phase 3 first, which deals with our on-base connector. But I don't see a slide for that. Let's figure that out. So in FSS help desk process, here's mine. After our email task, we will add an on-base piece component to here, our on-base connector component. No, sorry, we're putting it in between the document task and the email to PDF. So we'll generate that PDF. We will send it into OnBase. Then we'll email it. And then we'll delete it from the Automate repository. So that'll be our next phase 3. So we'll get into creating that on-base connector first thing tomorrow. Thoughts on day 1 though from everybody? I know some of you had done a lot of this before, so you've seen a lot of this. But for those of you that were fairly new to Automate, I'm curious what you think of what we have so far. What can you see? How could you see this being used by some of our customers and partners? That's probably a good question. I know it's a loaded question because it's not easy
I
to
guess
come up
my
with scenarios.
question, it looks so like almost like a repeat of all of our RPA product. Is this, I'm kind of curious to see like if this will be intended to replace, some of that RPA and bring it all into this suite, or if we'll be still looking to kind of direct, one or the other. But just
It's a
the
good
way the
question.
process
Yeah,
modeling
certainly.
and
Yeah, something to think about. From what I've heard, there's no indication of that at all. At least now that
I mean, obviously
might have
RPA
seen.
might be a little more built out, at least at this point, but
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, in general, I think it's a good looking tool. I think the things that worry me most are like the things that was pretty extensive having to troubleshoot, like some weirdness, right? And that requires someone who's looked at this for a long time to fix. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so if you're a customer and you're thinking like, when it's working, it seems like it's very smooth, right? But it's got these little nuances that, oh, if so it has some ways to go, I think, to,
Yeah.
if I was a customer, I would have been calling support, watching this scenario, right?
Yeah.
I will say that we've had customers actively using the Fresco component of this for a long, long time, for multiple years now.
Yeah.
So with that jankiness comes enough usefulness that customers are actively using it. They're not like more and more. We have more customers onboarding for APA currently, so
Yeah.
like it generates a lot of value for a lot of people.
Oh yeah, I mean, I could definitely see that. I could definitely see that. I think it's if you're trying to just do one small thing though, like let's say hey, I just need this one small process and that's all we need it for as a customer. And you hit these roadblocks, you're going to be really frustrated. If you're someone who's like, "Oh, we're going to build a big thing," and the person really sinks their teeth into it, then they'll just be used to those types of problems.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, I know how to fix that.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
So it's going to be useful, but there needs to be some polish on it.
Yeah.
And even an example like right now, we generated that file and I selected PDF. Why doesn't it put the PDF extension on the file for me? Do I need to go back and name it manually to put .pdf and put that inside of my template?
We've tried that. It doesn't work.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang
Yeah.
it.
I wonder that could be our email system doing it too, right?
Could be too. Yeah. That could be it.
Because when I downloaded it and I went to go open it, it opened fine as a PDF without changing the extension.
Okay.
So, but it could be our email system.
Yeah, see, I had the opposite. My email attachment didn't have a PDF and it didn't open. I had to save it and then add it.
Okay.
Yeah, it saved mine I think as a TMP file, but it opened fine. Yeah. It just says it's a document, actually. It doesn't even say what the file type is.
All right. Well, we'll see if these kick back on. They'll deploy. We'll check them out tomorrow. Do some testing. Make sure that everything's working in phase 2 before we push on to phase 3. Other than that, that's it. Everybody have a fantastic day. Thanks for stopping by.